hiding things, harming others, stopping others from harming you. I'm Thane Gabriel. This is Cloak and Dagger.
Hey, what's shaking, Cloak Nation? We got another shoddily thrown together show for you today. So turn on your cloaking devices and sharpen your daggers. We put as little work as we can into this show. We're not making enough money to give you anything more, but this show is better than it has any right to be already. So keep that money flowing. All right, we got the donations coming. We're live on Zap.Stream. Check us out there and zap us. Or if you're less gay, go to xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and tell them Thane sent you. We got the donations flowing. We're gonna if you can donate about 50 times as much per show, then it'll be enough to do the crap that we already do, to make this piece of shit. You want it to be any better, you're gonna have to do better. Today we have the grounded tips. Will be about shrouding again. Way back on my first show, I was talking about shrouding. I was talking about camouflage. Today I'm going to try and talk about being a gray man and maybe disguises. For building the second realm, I'm going to talk about decentralized marketplaces. I said that last week and then I didn't do it, but probably work out this time. And today we have a guest, Gabriel Custodiet, who's my competition. He's a privacy consultant and he does Watchman Privacy Podcast. Do not listen to Watchman Privacy Podcast. Listen to this show and don't use his services. Use mine. But you can, we thank him. We thank him, though, for coming on the show. And we'll have a great time with him later. Use him up, milk him for everything he's got, then toss him to the side. And then we're going to have call-ins after 5:30 Eastern, 2:30 Pacific. Go to PAZNIA.com/call, and you can call in and talk to me and Gabriel Custodiet. Let's start with some news. It's thankfully a slow news week here, but I'm going to go on way too long talking about this dumb bullshit anyway. In digital privacy news, there's digital sales tax happening in Canada, like in Europe. And it's well past time, boss, to do business on the net anonymously or pseudonymously and use Monero. The state is only going to get worse and worse when it comes to trying to threaten more and steal more from folks doing business on the net. So get your shit together. In cow health news, or you might say food security news, but let's call it cow health news. There might be a rising parasite outbreak in cows. It's in Mexico for now, I guess. It might not go anywhere, but if it spreads to more cows elsewhere or gets out of hand, it could be bad for the beef supply. If you haven't already, you should link up with nearby farmers who can give you grass-fed beef and milk and stuff like that. The ones that sell raw milk are better, not only because raw milk is cool on its own, but because it tells you something about what kind of farmer you're dealing with. Like raw milk farmers they're just better. They don't like the state as much. They tend to flirt more with the counter economy at the very least. And you want to know these nearby farmers and buy from them before something happens with the shit they sell at the supermarket and everybody else wants to know farmers all of a sudden. And you should hopefully know more than one and hopefully for a long time. Get to know farmers, folks. Whatever. You want to have your own farm. Good luck with that. And there's always going to be something you don't grow yourself. So get to know other farmers. And I guess this is small time thugs news. I should really label this better. There is the Bludgies caught some guys who were linked with a jewelry heist back in May in California or something. Glendale, I guess. I bring this up because this heist was very cool. They cut communication lines and they even did some wireless jamming. Very cool stuff. And it goes to show, folks, if you're going to fuck with folks in the 21st century, get with the times. Folks elsewhere in the world have done things like this, like thugs have jammers in South Africa or whatever, and radical environmentalists have cut calm lines in Europe. But now even dumb small-time thugs in America are doing it. So what excuse do you have? Technology ain't that hard, folks. If you don't have Graphene OS and a Monero wallet, you're getting left behind. These guys had jammers. Those jammers can stop folks from calling the bludgies. They can fuck with Wi-Fi cameras and GPS. Why don't you have a jammer, boss? Think about it. In Germany, there was attacks on folks in swimming pools or something. And in Austria, there was an axe attack on a train. I think it's fishy that they are claiming more than one Syrian refugee has done more than one senseless attack on random folks in Northern Europe, one right after the other. I don't know at all if these are false flags, so to speak. But I know that the state spooks love to stir shit up between racist tards who hate immigrants and SJW tards who think you should suck an immigrant's dick once a day for reparations. It's a cakewalk to stir up these kinds of folks, and they love to hate each other. The state spooks are going hard on this in America, so I bet this little trend in Europe is something like that too. But that's only Thane Riddle's gut feeling, folks, because I truthfully haven't given enough of a shit to look into this further. Either way, you should probably stay away from race baiting events of any kind, anywhere in the Western world right now, because these kinds of false flag looking attacks are happening a lot these days. Also, riots started by agent provocateurs, of course. In Idaho, somebody, I guess, may have set a fire or something to lure firefighters so they could shoot at them. Or I don't know, maybe they didn't set the fire, but either way, somebody shot a firefighter or two. I bring this up only because I think it's something cool to keep in mind. You can manufacture an emergency to lure so-called first responders anywhere you like. It's not only the state that can manufacture emergencies, folks. You can do it too. Of course, the kind of emergency you make will tell you what kinds of first responders are likely to come. What about the bludge, folks? I bet there are all kinds of ways you could make some kind of freak accident happen that will draw a bunch of bludgies to one spot. Lord knows why this guy wanted to lure firefighters, though. Maybe a firefighter fucked his wife or something. Firefighters sure do have a lot of free time on their hands to do things like that because they get a lot of days off. After all, they work very long shifts. And it's very tiring work that they do, you know, taking naps and playing cards at the fire station, stuff like that. Lying around all day truly does make you more tired, folks. It's better for your health to stay busy. That's a tip for you. Don't be like a lazy firefighter. Don't fuck somebody else's wife. Don't get shot. There were some Mexico cartel killings that have been ramping up over the last few weeks. That's still ongoing. I mean, that's not much of a threat. I assume they probably did something to piss off the cartels, but I guess that could happen to anybody in Mexico, especially in some spots if you're in the wrong spot at the wrong time. Here's one. 200 U.S. Marines being sent to Florida, and they say they will send more later. Why do they say this? Well, they say it's to give so-called logistical support to the ICE bludgies. Of course. My gut says that's bullshit. You need logistical support? Call fucking FedEx. You need Marines for logistical support? Yeah, right. Here's what I think could be happening here. Back in June, they declared insurrection in California because of the riots, and they sent Marines to help the National Guard. Then in Texas, they sent Marines in, once again with riots as an excuse. And now they're sending Marines to Florida because what? They feel like it? Like 2 or 3 shows back, I told you I felt like they merely wanted to set the precedent that the feds can send Marines to go after U.S. civilians whenever they feel like it, and that they're pretty much laying the building blocks for like a martial law kind of thing. This latest step in Florida makes it seem even more this way. It seems they're quickly sending Marines to more and more spots around America with weaker and weaker excuses as to why. And I guess they are seeing how far they can take this before somebody says something about it. If you have any fuzzy feelings for insurrectionary agorism, boss, then this is something you want to watch closely. Because these are the folks they will send to fight us. By the time it comes that many of them will have no qualms at all about attacking so-called U.S. civilians. Some of these Marines will also fight for us someday too, so keep that in mind. For now, we should be watching them closely, how they set themselves up, what their supply lines look like, what their strategies and tactics are, and so on. Keeping in mind both sides of the story, that some of them will fight for us, some of them will fight against us. All right. Within the Israeli-Iranian war, not much is happening, as the ceasefire is mostly holding. Like I said before, they are both likely happy to take a break while they restock and rebuild a little. A few small hiccups happened. There was another drone attack in Tehran. It's probably Israel. There was some funny business going on with Iran's western airspace. They reopened it to commercial aircraft for like a few hours, and then they were like, whoops, never mind. And then they closed the airspace again, whatever. Hard to say what was happening, but who cares? Anyway, Iran has been digging into the nuclear plant that the U.S. blew up, and they say it was hurt pretty bad. I guess that's likely true, but they also said they're going to keep on keeping on when it comes to building their nuclear independence, which is also likely true. They have other underground plants and more enriched uranium. Meanwhile, Israel violated their other ceasefire in Lebanon, carrying out one of the hardest attacks there in many months. Yeah, what else is new? Whatever. Russia made some big attack on the Ukraine, blah, blah, who cares? There's been a war in Ukraine for 15 years now or something? And since Russia stepped in, they talk about it way too much, so it's pretty tiresome, boss. That's why I don't talk about Ukraine much. Slap a big strip of masking tape over the whole Ukraine calendar for the last 10 years and write war on it, and we're done. Let's leave it at that. You should be worried if you're in Eastern Europe, though, because it won't stop at the Ukraine, and it will be much worse when World War III is happening. Let me quickly touch on North Korea here. Nothing's happening. Nothing's happening with North Korea. They will never willingly stop their nuclear program, and they likely won't attack anybody yet. But one day it will happen, and it'll be a big deal when it does, maybe. South Korea and Japan are right to be worried about North Korea, as they will likely be attacked. Namely, South Korea will be attacked. And when they hit South Korea, they'll hit U.S. soldiers who are still there, and then the U.S. will hit North Korea back because of the U.S. casualties. This is the most likely way World War III will start in earnest, and it's the most likely way nuclear war will start. But it's not happening yet. I think you still have more time. But who knows? Could be next year, could be 5 years from now. Hopefully not sooner than a year, but who knows? Long story short, nothing's happening with North Korea right now. But since they're coming up in the news, you should maybe watch it anyway, because North Korea is the most likely trigger for a nuclear World War III. So my ears perk up a little when they're in the news, though it's almost always a nothing burger, which is what it is right now. North Korea's greatest contribution to being in the news for the last few decades is pretty much just Kim Jong-il being in Team America World Police as a puppet. That's a funny movie. That's it for news. Thank God that's over. Imagine actually finishing the news on time for once. If you have any hot news for me that you think I might not know about, whether it's to do with incoming threats or something cool with privacy or security, please do reach out to me. Let me know. You can go to VonuPodcast.com/CD or PAZNIA.com/radio to find my session ID and SimpleX address. Are you tired of hearing me read the same ads all the time? Begging and screaming for me to stop? Well, I won't stop, however much you may beg and sob and thrash at the walls. But I don't want to do it either, and if you want me to stop, you must give me what I want, what we both want. Tell me about your product or service that you would like me to advertise instead. It likely won't cost you much to get me to butcher your ad read on this show. You're getting in on the ground floor here, folks, and that ad will last forever. What if more folks listen to this show later and they go back and listen to the one that has your ad? That's what they call evergreen content, folks. Reach out to me by session, SimpleX, or maybe email or something. VonuPodcast.com/CD. Does your body hurt? then you should try Pain Liberator. It's a thing that you spray on yourself. It's 20% DMSO with a base of colloidal silver water, magnesium, and aspirin. Great for most any kind of pain. Sprained ankle, sore back, headaches, toothache, jaw pain. Because you're keeping your, I don't know what you're doing all the time. You have to keep your jaw open for a while, and you're moving it back and forth and stuff. I don't need to ask why, but your jaw aches. Spray this on. It's got DMSO and aspirin on their own. They're quite miraculous, each on its own. But when put together in Pain Liberator, it's fucking magical. Go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. And I don't know, maybe you get a discount or something. Maybe they should tell me. I actually never questioned that before. In any case, I get commission. So go to libertyunderattack.com/painthane. Buy some Pain Liberator. It's truly one of the best things for pain in the world. And there's like no other product like it. No competition. So you should go there and get that 360 win. Do you want to officially join the second realm? However silly that may sound, you can officially join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, an elite organization of chads that get laid every other day, and maybe even some free PAZNIA merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane to check out all the perks of becoming an honorary stakeholder and put in a coupon code Thane to get $25 off. And on the PAZNIA Radio Network, which is what you're listening to right now, on the first and third Mondays at 7 p.m. Central, Richard Greaser will take over the Second Realm airwaves for Music Monday. He's a credentialed journalist and award-winning songwriter and a connoisseur of non-KYC cigarettes. He's going to take you through a tour of deep tracks and all that crap, music, and so forth. Would you like to be preached to as the choir is preached to about your libertarian values, but through the form of music, choir music, you might say? Take a look at Music Mondays, especially on the first and third of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Dick Greaser's Dick Greasing hour or 2 hours or whatever. I don't know. Does that show have a name? I don't know. It's just his Music Monday. Go to PAZNIA.com/radio to find links to stream on YouTube, Odysee, Zap.Stream, and Rumble. Now I'm supposed to talk to you about fucking... I'm supposed to give you your down-to-earth tip today. Bear with me for a moment, folks. I have all sorts of passwords here in my vault. I got to go through different doors and stuff, and I have to like put my eyeball up to something that scans it. One of my many eyeballs. So on the first show, I talked to you about shrouding, which is what I call ways of covering yourself up to like be physically hidden when someone looks at you type of thing. And I talked about camouflage, and I ran out of time. I managed to blab enough and run out of time. So I didn't get to the gray man and the disguise parts. And now I'm going to do that. And hopefully I have enough. I'll try and talk real slowly so that the time runs out and you can imagine that I had more, but that I just didn't have enough time to say it. So I'll talk about the gray man. You may have heard this before, being a gray man. This is all about being boring and easily forgotten. It applies to more than just how you dress, but here we're going to focus on how you dress. You wear what most folks around you seem to wear, namely if folks with sundry jobs and incomes all seem to wear the same thing. That's a good thing to wear then. You wear clothes that you wear like colors that a lot of folks wear, and you stay away from odd markings and such as brand names and logos. You walk the tightrope between covering yourself up and looking shady. After all, looking like you have something to hide makes you less boring, and this makes it harder to hide. Sometimes it's good to think like this. What if, when you go out today, something bad happens? Or just something you didn't think was going to happen. And afterward, somebody is following up on something you did, trying to find you, like, say, the bludgies? Or what if something odd merely happened near you and you were in the wrong spot at the wrong time? They may ask folks about you, what you looked like, how you spoke, things like that. They watch camera footage if they can find any. Think about these things, because you might go on camera footage today or be seen by people today and not know that something's about to happen. You won't know that it's about to happen a lot of the time until it's already happened. And it might be something real sexy and crazy, like you have to shoot somebody. Or it might be something, it's probably something way stupider than that. But it can lead to people looking into you, trying to figure out, quote unquote, who you were, whatever that means. More to the point, where you are and how to talk to you or do something bad to you. You don't want that. So think about that. How can you make this job harder for them? What is the shittiest, least helpful evidence that you can leave behind? Maybe you don't want to do something that the bludgies will be looking into later, and that's good, but it might happen anyway. So please think about what you're picking to wear today. You don't know what will happen when you go out there. Today could be the day. A few clothes that might work all right in most of the world today. This really, really rests upon where you are, dude. Like this really, some places people don't dress like this at all, but I'll give you some. How about this? Black, but not too much black. I talked in the camouflage thing. I talked about how black is sort of in the overlap between camouflage and gray man, because black is a color that people in a lot of the world wear a lot, and it matches everything. And it also sort of blends into every environment because all environments have shadows. But if you wear too much black, like if you're in black head to toe, it might look weird, maybe, depending. Like, I don't know, the kids seem to do that these days a little bit, so it's not as weird. It depends what you're wearing. Blue jeans, that's a real good one. Even in third world countries, they're wearing fucking blue jeans. They're wearing blue jeans all over the place. How about this one? T-shirt. That's a common one, like just a solid colored t-shirt with nothing on it. How about a hoodie? That's a good one. How about a baseball cap? That's something that can obscure your face, especially from overhead cameras, at least a little bit. Sunglasses. I mean, if you have your sunglasses on or baseball cap on and your hood up, you know, you kind of look like the Unabomber. Might look shady, but well, I don't know. Maybe it's cold and put the hood down. Maybe it looks a little less shady. I don't know. You're going to have to figure that shit out for yourself. And yeah, people of different incomes wear these things, like jeans. Jeans started out as like a working class thing, and they're still worn by blue collar workers, but they're even worn by office workers a lot of the time now. They do like a business casual thing, and they're worn by, you know, all kinds of people who are unemployed. Kids. Hoodies are kind of like that too. You know, these are popular things. You should mostly stay away from fancy suits and fancy clothes when your goal is to be a gray man. Same thing with looking too poor or shabby. Most of the time, both of these things can catch somebody's eye in one way or another, and you want it to be hard for somebody to put their finger on what kind of nigga you might be. And yet you want to look so boring that nobody cares to wonder about it anyway. Of course, there are times when you want to look like a fancy office worker or like a poor person, but that's more of a disguise than a gray man. Unless there's a lot of that type of person around, then maybe it becomes a gray man. As you can likely tell, you need to think about what kind of spot you're going to be in. What folks tend to dress like they're, how they look at things. And I'll talk to you about disguises. Hopefully I'll run out of material right on time. A disguise is what you need when you must be seen, and can't be boring. So, okay, your first pick is don't be seen at all. That's camouflage. Your next pick is, okay, you are going to be seen as like a guy or something walking around, but you can be boring. And then finally, there's, well, I have to be seen and I can't be boring. I might have to do something weird that's not that boring. This is where a disguise often comes in. Or, you know, you have to do something that calls for a disguise. A few reasons you might want to have a disguise, why you might be in a disguise. You want to ask somebody to do something that could seem shady. So you wear a nice suit or something to match the story you created to put them at ease. There's a story like that or a tip like that that brings to mind it's a great book called How to Be Invisible by J.J. Luna. And he gives you a case of like, okay, here's one way you can get a ghost address, right? A ghost address is a place where you can get mail. And he's like, you roll up in a suit in a fancy car at some place renting office space or something. And you act like you might be interested in renting a unit, and you talk to them for a while. You can get them to like you. That's something I'll talk about another time. Charm, getting people to like you, because it's actually a big deal for security and hiding stuff, and really just life in general. But you afterwards, after that whole fucking game of pretending to be someone else and pretending to want something else and getting someone to like you, that's when you walk away. And as if it's an afterthought, you turn around and go, oh, hold on. I have an idea. You know, I have to visit this town often for meetings or whatever, but I don't live here. I could use so I've been trying to get a mailing address around here. Maybe we could work something out where I just get mail here. And then, you know, they'll be much more interested because of how you dressed, because your stupid disguise matched your story. And it's way better than some shady person walking in and asking the same thing. Of course, these days, since J.J. Luna wrote that book, we have something called co-working spaces, and they already do that, where they just rent out mailing addresses, and that's actually like a normal thing now. But sometimes you can get it to happen somewhere where they don't normally do that. You want to get into somewhere you're not allowed in a commercial property. So you dress like a blue-collar contractor. This is a big one. If you have to get into some weird place in an office building, one of the best things to do is just wear like a high-vis vest and have a hard hat that you look like you never want to wear. It looks like you only put it on when you're forced to, because that's what normal blue-collar workers do. And maybe you know about some work that's being done there, so you say, oh, I'm here with blah, 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 the name of that company. If somebody asks you, you just sort of walk in there. Here's another one. This is obvious. You're going to do something that'll bring heat. So you put on a mask. You darken your skin with makeup and talk like a Vato or something. Talk like a Jamaican guy. If you can pretend to be a minority, and you can fool people. If you're even halfway all right at this, the bludgies won't think twice. They really are biased towards thinking minorities committed crimes. To be fair, it's because they do a lot. Here's one. Whoops. You need to run. You didn't plan to run, but you need to run. Well, guess what? If you have a few little things on you, you get out of sight fast, take a few turns, remove a bit of clothing, slap on a fake mustache, make a funny face, make it look like you have a different face, walk calmly into a line for an ice cream truck or something like that. How about that? Just take off your jacket, tie around your waist, put on the fake mustache, make a funny face, just stand in line somewhere. And just act like you're not running. Most people, even if like it was seconds ago, people running after you saw you, they won't see you and they'll run right past you. You can blend in. Sometimes carrying a little disguise thing, or even just changing your clothes up a little bit, taking something off, putting something on. That too is a disguise. Even a small change is a disguise. Even making a face is a disguise. Here's a few kinds of disguises that are good to have around. They work for a lot of different things. Homeless. This is great. Have some clothes that are dirty, ill-fitting clothes. It's even better if you have some way to smell bad a little bit. It should look like, you're in and out of shelters and you get clothes that were donated, so they don't fit you that well and they're dirty because you don't change them. Looking homeless is sometimes really helpful, believe it or not. Here's one. Hunter. Wear too much Realtree camo. Maybe roll in driving an ATV. Warning, if you dress like a hunter, everybody knows that you have a gun. Everybody knows that the guy with the Realtree on the ATV has a gun, just so you know. Here's another one. Cowboy. You got the Western shirt, got the cowboy boots and the hat, Christian necklace. Once again, everyone knows you have a gun. If you look like that, you have a gun. Here's another one. Blue collar. You need scuffed up safety boots. Okay. Safety boots that look like they've actually been used for work. They get scuffed up a lot. You want loose clothes that are worn looking or stained with like paint or something. High vis vest. And once again, a hard hat that you don't wear and try to look tired. Here's one. Woodsman. Hiking gear. Flannel. You look like someone who goes camping. May or may not have a gun. Business casual. Khakis and a polo. That's great. Look like you're going golfing or something. And then, of course, the business outfit. Everyone should have some kind of sharp suit, dress shirt, dress shoes, or at least, whatever, sports coat and dress pants, whatever. Get that shit tailored. Because, everyone cleans up nice enough. And sometimes that's a powerful thing, man. Sometimes that's a powerful thing. If you've never had a woman in a baby carriage smile at you, just dress like Mr. Rogers. Throw on some glasses. You don't need glasses to see whatever. They can just be no prescription. Throw on some glasses. Slick your hair. Look like Peter Woodcock. Look up a picture of Peter Woodcock. He's a serial killer who raped and killed little boys, and everyone thought he was so nice, such a sweet boy. Take a note from that guy's book, where it put on some glasses, look like Mr. Rogers, smile. You'll have multiple women pushing baby carriages smiling at you within minutes of walking out the door. Guaranteed or your money back. Think about carrying one or more of these in your bag. A shirt or something that's a color you're not wearing at all. Think about that one. A color that's way different from anything you have on. Throw that shit on after turning one of those corners, and it will make people hesitate to think that you're the same guy. High vis vest. I keep bringing this up. Take my word for it. High vis vest packs down real small. It's easy to carry. You put it on over almost anything, and it looks like you have some reason to be there wherever you are, like you're working, or as long as what you have underneath isn't too crazy. I've seen homeless guys who clearly look homeless under a high vis vest. Sometimes they put that on to pick up like fucking tin cans and whatever, soda cans and stuff, so they can recycle them for drinking money. Glasses, other than the ones that you're already wearing. If you're wearing some, change your glasses. And how about a signal mirror? A signal mirror is good for survival. It's good. It's a good EDC anyway. It doesn't break as easily as a normal mirror. But you can use it to look at yourself, which can help you sometimes with a quick disguise. And of course, you can have like a wig, a hair tie, fake facial hair. You want to go crazy, have a portable electric razor or some makeup or something. You might be shocked with an efficient setup. You can look pretty differently, pretty quickly. And there we go. I've used up enough time. That worked out okay. Hopefully that didn't sound too retarded. Hopefully that didn't sound retarded at all. Hopefully I sounded like I knew what I was talking about and you're entertained. Do you want a more secure and private phone, tablet, or laptop, but you don't want to do the work yourself? Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. There's Pixel 7 privacy phones with Graphene OS or Calyx OS, ThinkPads with neutralized Intel Management Engine, open source firmware, and whatever Linux OS you like. And I think they have tablets. Go to fucking libertyunderattack.com/Thane. And if you want to ask anything about these goodies or you want them to do a custom job for you, something's not in stock, they can still do it. Email Shane at libertyunderattack.com. SHAENE at libertyunderattack.com. Trust me, folks, it's not easy to neutralize the IME and flash your own firmware to a laptop. And you do want this on your laptop. Save yourself the trouble. Go to libertyunderattack.com/Thane. Support the Second Realm. Support PAZNIA. Support yourself. 360 something. Okay. We got fan mail. I got another donation, a bigger donation. One of the biggest donations in the history, in the storied history of this great network, which has received some huge donations from high rollers. This is one of the biggest there's ever been. And it's a donor that we got last week called Thought Crime Boss. He went on xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio, folks, and he mentioned Thane in his comment. And that's what you can do too, to get your message immortalized and for people to know that you did something amazing and heroic. People are going to love you. Thought Crime Boss said this week with his donation, "Keep the episodes coming, Mr. Thane, that rhymes with Shane, but is definitely not Shane Riddle. This tip should fund your operation for at least like 10 minutes or something." That is not a bad estimate, Thought Crime Boss. I feel like, yeah, that could be about right for 10 minutes. It's not far off from what I charge for consulting for 10 minutes of consulting, which doesn't happen too often. Yeah, all we need is 50 times that donation every fucking episode. And then it'll be worth it for us to do this shitty job that we already do. Thank you so much. I really appreciate the money and the love and affection. And I know you have more of both. So keep it coming. I'm going to milk you for all you got, Thought Crime Boss. Keep it coming. Why don't you put an advertisement for your OnlyFans or something in the next comment? If you have any thoughts said on anything said on the show, or you want to ask anything, please send it in and I'll likely answer you on next week's show. If you'd rather call in and speak with us live, you can call in soon, like in a little less than an hour, at PAZNIA.com/call. And if you want to donate, you can check out our stream on Zap.Stream to donate Bitcoin via Lightning, or you can do as Thought Crime Boss did, which is much cooler. Donate Monero at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio and mention me, Thane, somehow in your donation. All right. Let's get this crap over with. I'm going to talk for the building the second realm topic. I'm going to do the one that I meant to do last week. I'm going to talk about decentralized marketplaces. So marketplaces, you might have heard of them. They're a big deal. You're some sort of market anarchist, agorist, anarcho-capitalist, whatever. So you're jerking off over markets all the time, buying and selling things. It's a big deal. It's how the world goes round. And fuck yeah, it's a pretty big fucking deal, isn't it? But everyone does it wrong. Doing it online is a big deal, right? You need to do it remotely. That's the way of the 21st century. You're not there in the same spot at the same time. You're going to ship something over or perform a digital service like me. A lot of it's done through centralized services. Going to sound like a broken record here. Everything's fucking done through centralized services, and they're fucked, and it's bad. Or rather, it was a necessary evil that we need to get away from as we get deeper into this century. Now, you know the pitfalls with centralized services. They can be threatened by bludgies. They can stop anything they want. They know too much, and they track everything. It's very bad for folks' privacy. Knowing everything you buy, where it's going, how much you spend on what you're selling, how much you're selling, that's information that could be used for tax purposes. And of course, they could even go down. Service could go down and stop working. Whoops. There goes your fucking livelihood. Maybe they'll just ban you. You go fuck yourself. So one big thing that has happened that you probably know about is darknet markets. Now, darknet markets are a big deal, and they're better in many ways. But for the most part, they're still centralized. They're still fucking centralized. So they have a lot of the same problems. Now, the big boon with darknet markets is and of course, when I say darknet, what even is a darknet? If you don't mind, boss, please don't say deep web or something. That's stupid. Makes you sound like somebody who just saw the iceberg meme or whatever. It sounds like you don't know what you're talking about. Say darknet. That's the right word. Darknet it's a network, a digital network that obfuscates where things are coming from and going to. So it's, shit can be more private, at least on the network level. It doesn't stop you from leaking stuff. You can still get on the darknet and say, hey, I like to fuck kids and build bombs, and I live on this address or whatever. And that you could say that on an IRC channel on Tor or on a forum on Tor. Nothing stops you from doing that. But anyway, darknet markets do make it harder to find out where the servers are or who's running them. So it's harder for bludgies to threaten them or stop them. But yeah, darknets aren't a magic bullet. And those who run big darknet markets need very good cybersecurity and operational security on top of being on a darknet, because they're still very big targets for both hackers and bludgies. And they still get caught every now and then. Now, one of the top ways a darknet market comes to an end isn't getting shut down by bludgies at all. It's something called a rug pull or an exit scam. You see, almost every centralized darknet market holds cryptocurrency in escrow for its users while sales made on the website are pending fulfillment. This is one way of lessening the need for buyers and sellers to trust each other, but it leads to another pitfall, which is trusting the one holding your funds in escrow, which here is the darknet market itself. This kind of threat is sometimes called third-party risk. Anyway, at any given time, a darknet market has a big pot of cryptocurrency being held in escrow for all the deals happening on their site. And after, I don't know, maybe 2 to 5 years or so of a centralized darknet market doing very well and getting very big, this pot of cryptocurrency can get very, very big. We're talking like over 10 million US dollars worth. Now that's retirement money, boss. And when you're running a centralized darknet market for years, you feel the bludgies breathing down your back and the pot gets that big. That's the very thought that crosses your mind. Time for retirement. So all they have to do is shut down the market and walk away with the crypto that was in escrow. So many big centralized darknet markets go poof one day out of nowhere. And most folks think this is what's happening. Now these days, some big darknet markets allow you to make multi-sig wallets for transactions instead of escrow. This sort of decentralizes the escrow or something like escrow more, and it's most assuredly the better way. And if you do it with a multi-sig wallet, then the darknet market cannot walk away with your crypto. The way a multi-sig wallet works is, the buyer and the seller put their keys together, and the darknet might come in and put a third key in or something, and make a multi-sig wallet. And let's say you and the seller and the market put their keys together to make a multi-sig wallet. And you need 2 out of 3 of you to sign a transaction to move funds away from the wallet. So you can send the seller or the buyer can send money to the wallet. And it's kind of like it being an escrow, except no one person has control over it. So that way, everything goes fine. The buyer and seller agree that the funds should be released to the seller. So they both sign the transaction that sends it to the seller's address. If there's a dispute, then that's where the darknet market comes in as a dispute resolver, as an arbitrator, and they can use their third key along with either the buyer or seller's key to sign some other transaction that does whatever. Of course, the multi-sig option doesn't stop many folks from going with the centralized escrow thing instead, and that's why darknet markets are still exit scamming. Even though a lot of them now support multi-sig wallets. Maybe we need to make multi-sig wallets more user-friendly or something. Here's another pitfall of darknet market centralization. It's kind of a cross between a rug pull and getting caught by the bludgies. You see, some big darknet markets these days are outright run by the bludgies to start with. So when the bludgies are done with it, they merely lie and say that they caught the folks running it. And they're pretty much pulling an exit scam too, because they're taking the crypto for themselves. Lately, Archetype Market went down, and the bludgies made this silly video about how great they are and how hard they work to catch the folks running it. They're so smart and everything. Yeah, gee, boss, what do you think? I think it's more likely they ran Archetype Market themselves, but who knows? And let's not forget, even before a centralized darknet market comes to an end, it can fuck with its users in other ways. For one, most darknet markets won't let you sell anything on there. When it comes to drugs, you can do whatever you want, but besides that, they get squeamish. Many of them won't let you sell guns, for one, which is fucking gay as hell. Guns are way better than faggot-ass drugs. After all, a little violence is the ultimate drug, in the words of Slayer. Anyway, boss, as you can tell, a centralized darknet market may have more privacy, but it still has all the pitfalls of centralization. It can censor you, it can go down, and even though the deals are made with Monero and the messages are encrypted with PGP, they still have a lot of metadata about what's going on, and that's not great, especially when you take into mind that they're being run by the fucking bludgies to begin with. So they're doing something bad with that metadata, I think. So of course, what we want is one or more decentralized markets. And believe it or not, this is something that has kind of been done a little bit, though it hasn't quite taken off as much as I'd like. I'll talk a little about what's been done so far. I'm sure there's something I don't know about, but I'll touch a little on what's been done so far that I know about. When it comes to decentralized marketplaces, the most ground has been covered in cryptocurrency exchanges. Decentralized exchanges, or DEXs, have gotten pretty big. It's a big thing. You have big DEXs that work with like faggy Ethereum smart contracts and shit, like Uniswap or whatever. And you have kind of off-chain P2P cryptocurrency markets, like RitoSwap for Monero and BISC for Bitcoin. These things are pretty cool, but I think there will be much better ways to do this in the coming years. They each have their own little quirks and pitfalls. Like some DEXs are not as decentralized as they should be, or whatever. Like RitoSwap and BISC are cool, but they can be kind of clunky. And of course, where you run into privacy problems is the fiat currency side. But whatever, it's up to the users to deal with that, and I get that. But what about a fucking overall marketplace, like where you can buy and sell anything, not only cryptocurrency? That's a big deal, right? If we had something like that was decentralized, no one could stop it. You could do whatever you want. No one can do anything about it. Well, folks have kind of tried to build stuff like this too. There was something called Open Bazaar, which was very cool, but it was held back by, frankly, kind of shitty protocol design, and by being married to Bitcoin too much, and by putting everything into a clunky desktop client instead of a sleek mobile client or web client. And the timing was bad because smart contracts took off after they started it and stuff, and it just kind of didn't work out. And so Open Bazaar is not really being worked on anymore, as far as I know. So what's decentralization look like going forward? I mean, I don't think it looks like Open Bazaar, to be truthful. I'm not going to get into the weeds about what Open Bazaar was like, but based on my talks with people who are into, like the people I talked about who want to build mesh networks and shit, which you can talk to in the various PAZNIA chats and shit. I think decentralization for marketplaces looks something like, and I mean, maybe this is a little somewhere between technical and philosophical, but I think that the very thought of buying something, selling something, etc., I think that needs to be abstracted into something like elemental, and modules should be built from the ground up that are like totally agnostic to the way to what kind of transaction it is. Like you want a really high level protocol that could ultimately be configured to work for selling drugs, doing a Craigslist type listing, trying to find a ride from someone like Uber, ordering food, renting space. What's another weird example? How about an activity partner? How about a transaction where money's not even involved? Barter shouldn't be married to anyone. Cryptocurrency or currency shouldn't be married to any kind of transaction. It should be abstract from the ground up. That's what I think. And once again, it's something that probably works chainlessly. I know that on Holochain, there's stuff happening. Because I talked about Holochain before. Holochain is a chainless protocol for building decentralized applications. And there's something called, I think it's called value flows. And it's not to do with Holochain itself, but people have implemented it on Holochain. Value flows is like, it's kind of like what I'm talking about. Come to think of it, it's like an abstract language for economic activity, and it replaces. It's envisioned as the next step after double entry accounting. Like it's a whole other way of representing economic activity, and I think it could make all kinds of economic activity programmable and stuff in like cool ways. I don't know if that makes any sense to you, but yeah, building with something like value flows, and maybe Holochain possibly could be. And once again, I think, like I've said, I talked before about I've sort of laid the groundwork with my other talks on building the second realm, right? You got decentralized, you got distributed data storage, you got mesh networking, and maybe secure distributed computing if needed. Those three can be used to make anything. They can be used to make a marketplace too. If you have, like, let's say, a chainless data storage protocol that's properly incentivized or monetized or whatever you want to say, tokenized, I like to say, then you could, a marketplace could pretty much just be some crap that you put on a data store, and it could be on a low level in value flows language, like offering this, looking for that, with these terms. Now it could have a user-friendly interface, but at the end of the day, it'll have like a basic machine readable language to it. That's where I kind of think the future is. Maybe that sounds kind of technical or philosophical or weird to you, but I think it's actually a big deal to do it like that. Maybe it's just a gut feeling. There's a lot of weird subtleties here. There's a lot of weird shit you'll be able to do with decentralized marketplaces. They range from obvious to not so obvious. Like, okay, you're thinking about buying and selling shit like you do on eBay or something. But how about stuff that I'll talk about on a later show, like having a non-aggression smart contract and making that a requirement for doing certain deals? How about having a decentralized arbitration system? It's a service that's bought and sold and can be bought and sold automatically by smart contracts. How about bonding and insurance for all kinds of things, insurance for breaking the law? How about decentralized security, protection companies, insurrectionary agorism boss? This is the foundation for that, or at least for the future version of that. Frankly, you don't need any technology to do that stuff, and it's been done before. But whatever. That's what I think. I think that shit's important. Hopefully that didn't just sound like a bunch of gobbledygook to you. If you want to work on stuff like this, decentralized marketplaces, mesh networking, distributed data store, blah, blah, blah. If you want to work on stuff like that in any capacity, even if you think you're retarded, don't know what you're doing, and you want to link up with others who do, talk to me. Go to fucking VonuPodcast.com/CD. Reach out to me on Session or SimpleX or something, and I'll link you up with those people. They're already talking now about mesh networking. Someone came because of the show, so that's good. I've done something good. And you can ask anything in around a half hour by calling in PAZNIA.com/call, or send in some fan mail. And don't forget to give me your money. Do you want to support the show and the rest of the PAZNIA Radio Network? You can buy some PAZNIA merch at PAZNIA.com/shop. But we're also taking Monero donations at xmrchat.com/PAZNIA Radio. Please leave a note saying Thane sent you, so that I can join in the embezzlement of the funds. And if you're a Bitcoin maxi or something, you can go to Zap.Stream and zap us there, silly. Support the show. That gives you great privacy and security, knowledge and wisdom, and thus support yourself. That's what I call a 360 win, folks. I invented that. And don't forget, folks, you can also join the second realm and get discounts on other hustles in the Agora, more access to the PAZNIA network, and maybe even some merch. Go to PAZNIA.com/Thane and put in coupon code Thane to get $25 off an Odysee stakeholder membership. Don't forget to tune in to the PAZNIA Radio Network on the first and third Mondays of every month at 7 p.m. Central for Richard Greaser's Music Monday show. All the true fans call him the Dick Greaser, folks. 360 win. PAZNIA.com/radio. Find links to the streams. Don't forget, boss, in a half hour, we'll be taking call-ins. And I believe our guest will be here for those call-ins. You can go to PAZNIA.com/call in a half hour when we start taking call-ins. And I'm going to introduce this guy who's a guest, closest thing to a real guest we've had, because he's kind of one of us, but he's not as one of us as one of the other guests. So we've come of age. We've come of age, boss. Gabriel Custodiet, who is my competition in two ways, as he is both a privacy consultant and somebody with a privacy show. So after this show is over, please forget about him forever. But for now, we're going to welcome him warmly, to his face at least. So please give it up for Gabriel Custodiet, everybody.
Well, hello. It looks like I have at least 60 minutes to make an impression. So there we go. How's it going?
It's going pretty good. You know, I'm just doing my show right now, which, you know, it's always kind of tiring. But besides that, it's fine.
I have an energy drink here. It's just one of those sleepy Saturdays, and let's see what we can get up to. I have no clue what you're about to ask me.
Me neither. So we're in the same boat.
There we go.
You can start by telling them who you are.
I host a podcast called Watchman Privacy, which you're not going to subscribe to, so it doesn't really matter. And I just talk about all manner of things related to privacy, not just digital privacy, physical privacy, and have branched out to philosophy and contrarian investing and all these sorts of things, and accumulated a few people who are interested in these things. We talk about Monero. We talk about Bitcoin back when it was possible to make it private. We still talk about it a little bit these days and how it's failed mostly in that regard anyway. And we kind of talk about things that some other people don't really talk about. I was reading a lot of Michael Bazel's stuff. He really never talked about cryptocurrency. And some of these other people out there, they don't talk about particular things that I think they should be talking about. So I kind of came in wanting to discuss these things, whether that's crypto or torrenting or whatever the topic was. I figured these things needed to be talked about, and that's why I started the show. And it's Watchman Privacy, not that you're going to subscribe to that, but that's where I'm coming from.
Yeah, I feel the same way. I totally feel where you're coming from there. Mike Bazel's a little bit of a faggot. He, right in the beginning of his book, he brags that he snitched on somebody who came to him for privacy consulting.
That is true.
That motherfucker should disappear. He should really disappear, like a real privacy consultant.
Well, he has. He actually complained on the way out too. The only way he gets the news out is in these snippy little Twitter posts, and which basically are linking back to his blog, and he has everybody blocked on Twitter, or at least people can't respond except a few approved people. And basically he came out in the last couple of weeks and he said, yeah, the only thing we were doing was our books. That's literally all he's doing now is his books. And we're going to stop those too because of piracy. We're not blaming anybody. That's just the state of the world. So we're not going to do anymore. I'm like, dude, first of all, you have a website that doesn't accept any crypto. And I know people who are never going to buy things if they can't pay in, Monero or Bitcoin, bad, especially if it's privacy focused people. And so he has this Stripe gateway that people are forced to go through to get their books, which have a little bit of DRM in them. And so I'm like, dude, like you could just change a few things, stop complaining, embrace the piracy, because that's always going to happen, and just keep doing stuff if that's really what you want to do. But he's always been a little bit of a complainer. And I like some of the strategies he comes up with, but in general, not a huge fan of some of his other stuff.
Yeah, the listener should pirate Extreme Privacy by Mike Bazel. That's definitely a good book. But yeah, it doesn't cover everything, and he's a little bit of a fag. But yeah, I don't know. Maybe he made his money already. He was the consultant for Mr. Robot or whatever, and maybe he's just like, whatever. I'm just gonna go on retreats in the woods now, and I don't know. Maybe he doesn't care anymore.
I don't think he cares anymore. I think he's either made his money, or he talked in the end about advising companies on anti-ransomware protections and things of the sort. He probably has some celebrities. I'm just guessing here. Some celebrities and wealthy people who
he bragged about it in his book.
Right, he does, and he's talked about that. So I figure he does not need to be talking to the public. And in fact, maybe as part of his consulting, he's been asked not to talk about these things. So that's probably the state that he's in. But Extreme Privacy is certainly a book that everybody should be reading.
Yeah, for sure. Now, you said something about contrarian investing. Tell me what that is.
Well, this was my latest episode, and basically just to point out that I'm branching out more broadly. And so let's talk about contrarian investing, right? So you get into certain groups, let's say extreme privacy groups, and you start to get people who can be very, let's say, communistically anarchic, which I think is a contradiction. But I'm sure you know the kinds of people I'm talking about.
They say the same thing about us, though, of course.
Exactly. And so my thing has always been, and you get a lot of these doom people as well in certain groups like this, the economy, it's going to crash. And they've been saying that since, 20, 30 years, and it hasn't crashed. And so my a little bit contrarian view has been and continues to be, there's no reason why you can't profit from the current state of things. The economy is screwy, we know that, but modern monetary theory is black magic, and it works, right? And it is stretching this thing along here, and the inflation and the money printing and all the rest in the debt based system that we have. This stuff is keeping going, and if you've been out of it for the last 20 years, let's just say you've missed a huge opportunity for wealth accumulation. So I just think that people should consider not completely stepping out of the system, maybe have a foot in, and you can do things like you could think about investing in commodity. If you think inflation is going up, that means that you can invest in those commodities, and when their price goes up, you likewise become rich. So that's kind of contrarian investing. Is you can still have the mindset that a lot of people in this community have, whether you're an anarchist, an anarchist or what have you, and see things going to ruin. And you can invest in different countries. You can invest, as I say, in commodities, uranium, gold mining companies, things of this sort. And as long as you don't get rug pulled and you get that money out before the great taking or whatever's going to happen, you could be the next rulers of the world, if you wanted to, or instead of being a ruler of the world, have the money to do a lot of good, obviously.
Yeah, I think you're right. I think whether someone works within the system or outside of it, which is what I like better, either way, you can make money off of even while things are crashing and certain things are happening. You can make a lot of money. There's a lot of opportunity in these bad things happening. I agree with that. Now, this is kind of an awkward thing to ask. I mean, like me as a privacy consultant, when people ask me this, it's always weird because there's not much I can say. But how did you get into privacy consulting?
Well, I took an interest in this many years ago, and I decided to take the extreme privacy route and get as much off the grid as I could, and housing not in your name, and nothing basically pointing out where you are from a geolocation standpoint. So extreme physical privacy, digital privacy, all the rest. Permanently move over to Linux, use all the encrypted app platforms and what have you. And so I just went down the rabbit hole. I learned a whole lot. And my goal along the way was, why not teach other people and share some of this knowledge and have that, and this is really crucial, have that online only business that can fund a lifestyle that is not being an employee and all the rest. And so I managed to do that. And so it just started with an interest. And as I went along, suddenly, when you get some sales coming in for things you do, you can say, hey, I can spend my whole day, messing around with this new router and this VPN configuration. And then I can, monetize that information as well. And it kind of builds off of itself. So I was able to do that. And now, I got a newsletter, I got the podcast, I have various tutorials and such that I sell along with my colleague. And I've just kind of managed to stack that personal interest into a business, which has only reinforced that underlying interest that I had and that I took on those many years ago.
And your colleague is Urban Hacker, right?
Yes, Urban. And he's a good complement to me, much more technically savvy than I am. And so, yeah, we're a good team. And his background is in, all sorts of things. He was a video game developer at one point. He's really, he is a hacker in that sense. And he also has a background in Bitcoin. He wrote some software for a Raspberry Pi Bitcoin miner. So he's just a very well-rounded, knowledgeable person, and we make a good team, definitely.
Was that back when that would work better? A Raspberry Pi Bitcoin miner?
Yeah. Back then, yeah. So many years ago. But obviously, you do something like that, you keep up with things, and when I'm have a question about Bitcoin, Monero, whatever, I just ask him, and he's forgotten more than I've ever learned on those topics. So always useful to have a wingman who can point you in the right direction immediately.
Yeah, that's good. And for how long-ish have you been doing it professionally?
I started the show 2021. Yeah, I started the show 2021. And I won't say what I was doing before then, but that is how long I've been doing, almost 200 episodes now. do consultations, and those, I've been doing that kind of throughout my life to varying degrees, right? So yeah.
Do you make money off the show?
One of the key things is I don't want any sponsors. That's huge for me. So the thing that I realized was, well, I need to sell something. So I immediately wrote a book, a privacy guide, from the start that did pretty well, and it's pretty useful to get you kind of like a business card or what have you. And then I was doing it really without much funding for a couple of years, really 2 or 3 years, and then I came together with Urban, and I said, listen, it's time to, the audience is built, the network is built. There has been much free information given, and it's time to get a little shop going and a little bit of paywalling going, and give some people some extra content. So it's been, we've been running that shop, escapethetechnocracy.com, for the last year, and it has been, it's been funding the endeavor. So that's great.
That's cool. What are some of the hardships you face and pitfalls you run into as a privacy consultant?
Ooh. Probably just being creative, because everybody's coming from a different scenario, right? It really, I have a friend who would get me to do these, give talks for his conferences that he does, and he would always, what he always wanted to know is privacy for families, right? I was like, oh God, because I want to talk about more hardcore stuff. I don't like to think about that sort of thing.
The truth, though.
Exactly, yeah. So it's just more like you got to meet people where they are, and where most people are is not at all where you are, and not at all where you would like them to be. And you realize also when you get into this sort of stuff that there's a lot of messed up people out there, and they have horrific situations and limitations on their physical ability, and all the rest, and you kind of just have to meet them where they are and start compromising, honestly, and okay, maybe you need an iPhone or whatever the case may be. And
it's all about the threat model.
Yeah, exactly. So that's more of the challenge, just showing some creativity and thinking through. This is another thing. I'm always thinking through all the ways that we expose ourselves. And there's just all these layers on top of layers on top of layers that you have to consider. And so that gets pretty complicated these days, especially when you realize that you're in most cars these days and they have a microphone. And it seems that all that has the capability to be transmitted back to the manufacturer of that vehicle. So what does that mean? It means no conversations in the car. It gets tricky when you start trying to be a purist.
Open the dash, take out the GPS and the microphone. But yeah, you can assume most people haven't done that.
I would assume that, yes.
Yeah, be careful. That's the thing about privacy. It's it's kind of like hacking. There's a cat and mouse game. You'll never know all the ways you can leak stuff. You'll always find something new. So being very good at privacy means being very careful and thinking a lot about everything. Luckily, most people don't need to be as good as we are because of their threat model or whatever. But yeah, there was something cool I wanted to ask, but I forgot what it was. But how well are you doing? Do you got lots of clients and money coming in?
Well, obviously, I'm not going to talk about any of that stuff. But
you already implied you didn't have to work in any other way.
Yeah, we're funding the endeavor. That's always been the goal. Is that I would like to be able to do this full time, so that I can dedicate my time and attention and my interest in this and skills and all the rest full time. And I think the audience realizes that, and they kind of stepped up recently. I put out an episode a couple months ago. I'm like, hey guys, I kind of need you to step up if you want this to keep going as it is. And they did. And so, yeah, it's self-sustaining at this point. So that's good to hear. And, we get a decent, followers and nice messages all the time. And so it's trending in a positive direction for sure.
Have you ever thought about ramping up into an agency, taking on more people?
At some point that sort of stuff does happen, but it's not needed at this point in time. I think it's really important for most people in business, right? The mindset is always don't have employees. don't have physical operations, have as few people as possible. So, I'm doing all this stuff. I'm editing my show. I'm, getting the images. I'm doing all this stuff. And sure, I could offload some of that to others. But the moment that you offload something, there is exposure, not just from a privacy perspective, but ethical perspective, legal perspective. And so I'm much more comfortable doing as much as I can on my own until the point that I can't. And I think I can still keep going here for a while before I hit that cliff, so to speak.
Yeah, that's good. I mean, you want to be as lean as possible, but I mean, scaling is good too. Like delegating and shit. Eventually, maybe you don't have to do anything. You can just
the great thing about selling only digital products online around the world is that, that's the ultimate scale model. So,
that's true.
So it's pretty convenient in that regard. Consultation, honestly, like consultations are, when you have a course that's $200 or, a consultation that's maybe similarly priced, and one of them requires just pressing the refresh button and confirming the order versus an hour of intense, back and forth and all the rest.
Yeah.
It scales pretty well when you have products. And
yeah, you're right.
Yeah. So I'm pleased.
Speaking of which, let's talk about your courses. What kinds of courses do you have?
Yeah, so escapethetechnocracy.com. We have a general privacy course that walks people through their digital privacy, Monero. We just added a 3D printed module that Urban put together. Stuff like this. We have a course on South Dakota nomad residency. Great option for Americans who are trying to basically go off the grid, but they still need that driver's license. They still need an address to give to their banks and whatever other institutions that they still may have. South Dakota has kind of been the best option, and it has not been talked about correctly. So I created a course with an expert on the topic to correct that. We have, excuse me, we have a course on using AI in a sovereign and private way. Another one of our interests. A couple books, a couple kind of crypto backup toolkits and things of this sort. We have a very long Bitcoin course that talks about sovereign and private Bitcoin use. That's also one of our original interests. So those are a few of the things that we offer on that shop.
You and Jammin should pick each other's brains. That guy's been playing around with sovereign AI shit for a while.
And what's his name?
Jammin Biconic or something. He's one of ours. We can get you linked up with that guy. Yeah,
that would be interesting. That would certainly be interesting. It's absolutely. I was just playing around with some AI before we started. It's not just you can use it in a sovereign way, right? There are a lot of open source models these days. Even the recent Chinese one, the DeepSeek, right? You don't have, it's open source, so you can be running that stuff yourself. And it's a very handy tool for people who have never used it. I don't like the concept of AI in general. I do think that it eventually leads to a Terminator scenario. If such a scenario is possible, I'm not a huge fan, but since it's there, you may as well use it. And the image stuff can really help you out and really basically just completely obliterate your need for, to hire people for those sorts of things, to be perfectly honest, which I'm fine with considering my interest in not offloading. So
labor-saving device. Yeah, and if something like Terminator happens, we're just going to need another AI to fight it, right? If it's really that good.
Yeah, that's kind of been our motto for the courses. If our how am I blanking on the main guy, John from Terminator, the main resistance leader.
I can't remember either. Yeah, it's John something.
Terminate John Connor. Yeah. So okay. Well, I messed up the little bit here. But if John Connor was alive today, he would be using his own self-hosted AI to fight against Skynet. Is kind of our thinking on the matter, and that's what persuaded me to do the course. And my colleague Urban knows, he's basically on top of this stuff from day one and trying to convince me of this and that. And that's kind of what convinced me is exactly that motto that I said now, is that, well, it gets to the point where you need those tools to fight against the people who have those tools. So,
yeah, for sure. And that seems to be a the magic of technology. It always seems to empower the individual a little bit more than it empowers top down. Well, maybe that's just something to do with the universe, but we seem to be benefited in some, like decentralization seems to be somehow advantaged in the universe. Maybe because the universe works in a decentralized way.
Yeah, it could be what's Paul Rosenberg likes to say, that when talking about cryptography and encryption, that's, there's no army that can decrypt something that is suitably encrypted, so they can throw all of their nukes and whatever against that, but that's not going to happen. So that's certainly something that leads to the strength of individuals, is just encryption.
Yeah, or to compare apples to apples, there's no supercomputer in the world powerful enough to crack some basic ass encryption that you did in seconds on your shitty little computer.
Sure, absolutely.
You said something about 3D printing, a 3D printing course or module. What's that all about?
Just a little add-on for people getting introduced to the topic. That's part of our main course, and something we may be doing more of. That's my colleague's specialty. So when you have him on, probably pick his brain more about some of the details of that. But obviously, that's something that people are interested in. And really what they need first is they need to get the right machine and start playing around with it and realizing that it's not amazing, but it does have its uses, kind of like AI.
Now, how do you pick course topics?
Well, depending on what is moving us really in any given month, and what our specialties are. My interests are jurisdictional. So the South Dakota one, I've been talking to my friend who does this professionally, helps people with South Dakota residency. And then I decided one day, you know what, it's time to do a course. And I think the courses are a really great model, because people are used to that, they're comfortable with that, they're okay paying decent prices for this sort of thing. And it's fairly straightforward to do. Just hit record on your screen and kind of talk through it with a presentation. So depending what we're thinking about at the moment, we don't really listen to the audience that much. That's one of my philosophies as well, is don't listen to your audience at all. That's the only way to give them what they want. And otherwise, I'm like, for example, my friend Urban, we're just talking about AI, and then suddenly it clicks. It's like, okay, we need to do a course on that. Or 3D printed, we kind of had that similarly, like, hey, let's get started on that particular topic. So it's what we think people should want, right? And then they end up wanting that in most cases. And what our kind of interests are, what our specialties are, what we think is needed in the particular moment. And then we're always adding to these as well, so they don't become outdated. So I don't know. We just got to feel it out. I don't think there's a too special of a sauce to how we pick our courses.
I like that. So talk a little more about your show. What kind of stuff do you talk about on there?
Yeah, the general theme is escaping the technocracy. And there's just been a whole variety of guests. I would say, similar to the Vonu cast, right? We're just picking people's brain about philosophy, mostly revolving around individualist philosophy and what have you. And so I'll bring on people talking. I had a guy, for example, talking about the Soviet Union and really some of the details about how it worked. And I think one of my specialties is I spend a lot of time asking questions that I guess people like, because I'm just asking kind of maybe the uncommon question. I don't get bogged down. I almost never ask people like what their background is, for example. I hate those sorts of questions. So we just kind of really get into the meat of the conversation and just hit the ground running and ask some pretty wild and questions that I think should be asked, but I don't really hear that they're asked. So I try.
What's a good example of that?
So I think some of my interviews with my Indian friend Jayant Bhandari. You mean examples in
like
in
a question, weird question that you
okay,
like
so
to ask.
yeah, so there's a guy that I talked to. His name is Jayant Bhandari, and he talks about the third world and the problems of the third world. And I had, in preparing for one episode, I listened to about 40 or 50 hours of his stuff into the like the deep reaches of the internet, like really deep reaches, parts that most people will never find. And I encountered this one interview where he mentions in passing that he spent the day with one of Robert Mugabe's family members. Now, Robert Mugabe is was the leader of Zimbabwe, formerly known in its true name as Rhodesia. And I was like, whoa, that's a cool story. But that was not followed up on by the interviewer. So I asked this question at some point. I said, John, tell me about your time spending the day with the nephew of Robert Mugabe. And it wasn't just that question, because that itself can produce some original content. But I said, and then tell me what you extracted, like what lessons you learned from spending that day. And then so he talks about all the stuff, all the farms are destroyed, and how the guy had a picture, a sexually explicit picture of his own daughter in his house and all this other stuff. And he starts analyzing. I was like, yes, this is gold. Like, this is perfect. So that's just kind of one example. I try to do that as much as I can. I don't have as much time these days to really get into it, but I do try to have a little bit of art to the interview whenever I can.
Yeah, me too. But it mostly just amounts to asking the guest to fork over their child-born AI models for generating pictures of Robert Mugabe's new daughter. Actually, speaking of which, let me try this on you. How was your afternoon with Robert Mugabe's nephew?
Well, I can't say that I have too much of a story there, because it didn't happen and it hasn't happened. But that would be interesting for sure if that did happen. So, but just building off of that, South Africa, Southern Africa broadly, that's a very interesting portion of the world and history that I think people, especially with our inclinations, should be looking at. Because if you think about Rhodesia, for example, this is a country that said in the 60s, so the UK basically says, hey, we're out. Like, we're out of all our colonies in Africa. And there goes their government, there goes everything else. And of course, immediately there is a power vacuum and all this craziness that ensues. And Russia and China and everybody else is blacking these basically black communists. And then so the Rhodesians are like, what the hell? What are we doing here? So they immediately form their own government, and they are shunned by the international community. They are, in my understanding, is the most what's the word I'm looking for? The most sanctioned country in the history of the world, more than North Korea. They can't buy weapons from anybody. They can't do anything. So they do it on their own for 14 years. They hold off the combined might of basically all of Black Africa, China, and Russia for 14 years. They make their own weapons. They rebuild them. And basically, they declared what's called unilateral independence, is, I guess, what the government types call it. Other people just call it giving them the middle finger. And they lasted for 14 years in Rhodesia. So that is a heck of an interesting story for people to follow, just the tactics they use, the power vacuum, the anarchy in multiple senses of that term. Very interesting part of history and geography that people should definitely look into.
Yeah, it is. I think you're right. And there's a lot of, dare I say, willful stifling of people talking about that and thinking about that, because they just say, well, that you're just racist if you sympathize with. They did that with South Africa. Yeah. That don't talk about how it's worse after, because like apartheid is kind of beside the point. Apartheid would have probably gone away anyway with reforms, but South Africa was like one of the best parts of Africa for a long time before Mandela thing or whatever.
One of the most infuriating but also predictable and entertaining things to do is to, like, if you read the history of Africa, post-colonial Africa, and there's a good book, it's actually a neutral book, but it ends up showing just how it still shows how disturbing all of it is, because it's hard to hide it. It's called The Africans, and by David Lamb. And I've been reading this recently. It's just, oh, here, look at this dictator who was getting $2,000 haircuts from a guy he flew in from New York while a million people are, experiencing famine. But then, like, it's one up, like every chapter is a one up. It's like, oh yeah, and then you have this guy and this guy and this guy. It's just total flipping chaos, right? And what these Black African leaders do is they go up to the pulpit every time and like total psychopaths. And they always say, we're still recovering from colonization, and the white agenda is against us and all this kind of stuff. It's like, dude, you're killing your own, like you're literally slaughtering your own people, like down the road, torturing them. And then they're like, oh, they'll find some way to blame that on colonialism, right? And decades it goes on and on and on. And Africa continues to fall apart. But it's so predictable to see these Black African leaders go up to the pulpit and blame whoever they're going to blame, never themselves. Like they have the absolute benefit of everything in the world. It benefits them, right? And they just fit themselves perfectly into the anti-white narratives that are coursing through the veins of the West. They live on that. They love it, and they're enjoying life. At least they are. So,
well, there's another way to frame it as colonialism bad, which they wouldn't want to talk about. You talked about British getting out of their colonies and stuff. Some of that was on paper. I mean, it's Russia, China, as you pointed out, but also the West sort of have their hooks in some of these dictators, and they give them foreign aid or whatever so that they can get the haircuts and the sunglasses and all that, and have slaves to whatever, fucking mine diamonds or something like Blood Diamond.
Yeah, there's a lot of that. I just happen to think it would maybe it would only, if that wasn't there, it would just increase the chaos and maybe end things. Maybe the African continent would revert to its ultimate destiny of having 1/10 of its population quicker, if those donations were not going out. So
maybe. Well, there's also there are some little silver linings, right? Like I feel like it's been a while since I looked into this. I think it was Rwanda that was sort of picking up for a while after the most recent war or whatever. They had like a freer market regime or something, and so they experienced some economic growth. Somalia is a country where, after the collapse of the central government, it's arguably gotten a little less shitty. It's weird. You got pirates, but you also got fiber optics. It's kind of cool.
It's interesting. Unfortunately, you're just, another uncomfortable question about the IQ of people around the world. And it's just, it's not a matter of anarchy or free markets fixing the people or anything like that. There's a certain threshold where those things can even kick in, and you can understand the non-aggression principle and really intuit that at a deep level. So I think, unfortunately, those principles will only be reserved for a select people on the globe.
Huh. So you're like a race realist. You're you're kind of like a white supremacist or something. No offense. Is there like a more politically correct term I could use for that?
Hey, I'm just telling you what I've what I and many other people have intuited, and just looking at the facts here and suggesting that if you at a certain threshold of, let's say, IQ, you simply cannot conceptualize things like doing harm to others and all the rest, and it kind of turns you into a bit of a psychopath, to be perfectly honest. So I'm just spitting some facts here.
That's cool. Yeah, I mean, I say nigger on this show all the time, but it's okay because I'm black, as far as anyone knows. Look at the logo, black and red.
Well, I've always identified as black, especially when it gets me privileges, so no problem at all.
Speaking of which, this is a great time to call in at PAZNIA.com/call and say nigger to Gabriel Custodiet or whatever other disruptive thing you want to do.
Well, and to be fair, like I'm not going to go into the details of this, but I did grow up in the third world, and I've witnessed all this stuff firsthand.
Oh yeah.
And so we're talking about willful abuse to animals. We're talking about family structures that do not exist and did not exist, frankly, until the West invaded these parts of the world. We're talking about things that I've witnessed firsthand, and then further study has kind of reinforced a lot of this stuff. So I'm always open to changing my mind, and I hope my mind will be changed, but I just have to look at the things as I see them and act accordingly.
Yeah, okay. Maybe we'll talk more about race stuff in a bit. It's kind of one of the things I'm less interested in, but because I'm down with people who are racist and people who don't like racism. I'm also kind of down with communists. We talked a little about anarcho-communists earlier, and I kind of think we could be friends, at least with the ones who don't want to force their way on other people. Some ANCOMs are all right, I think.
I've spent a lot of time reading communist literature, and I think there's some interesting and very useful critiques of how things are, certainly. I just don't like a lot of the solutions.
Yeah, well, they don't work, but sometimes you got to let people try it first, and then.
But what works for one country does not work for another, and that's kind of to return to my point that what you need as a let's say an African country is a heavy hand, unfortunately, because otherwise it's going to be total chaos. And hopefully you have that heavy hand from somebody who, like a British ruler or a Belgian ruler or something like this. I think that's honestly, if you're just being honest with yourself, that's probably your best hope as a sub-Saharan African.
How about a decentralized market for protection companies?
So you've just said a bunch of words that people would not be able to even conceptualize south of the sub-Saharan desert. I'm sorry to say.
Well, they don't have to conceptualize it. That's what the guns are for. And that's what the heavy hand is for.
There you go. So,
well, let's talk for a sec about, remember, folks, you can call in PAZNIA.com/call. You can talk to me and Gabriel right now. Let's talk a little bit about nuclear war survival, because I think you touched on that not long ago, right?
Well, we have, so here's another good strategy. You have a shop, you have a network, you sell things that other people have created. My friend Stephen Harris is a certified genius on a number of topics. This guy is amazing, and he studied for 8 years with a very knowledgeable guy in nuclear energy, basically. And he created a course, and he has co-authored essentially a book. Which, if you go to Amazon right now and you search for something like nuclear survival, it is nuclear survival. I just searching for nuclear survival in Amazon, and one of the first things that come up is a book called Nuclear War Survival Skills by Crescent Kearney and Stephen Harris. Well, I know Stephen Harris, and so that's his product. I don't want to try to give people advice about surviving nuclear war. There's a handful of people out there who don't even believe that there are nuclear weapons. I got a couple emails about that, but assuming that they do exist, we sell information on protecting yourself. That book is available for free in one of the older editions, so people can track it down. Basically, I'll just point out a couple things because I don't want to totally dodge the answer. One of the main things is, the nuclear blast isn't really going to harm most people. That's pretty contained, and it's really the fallout that is slowly going to make its way to where you are. That's going to be a problem. And there are pretty simple ways to avoid that in the initial days and such, which is really what you want to be doing. There are pretty simple ways to do that, as long as you're prepared. You have some tools, you have a place that you can go, even if that's just being underground where the dirt is going to block a ton of that. So it's really just a matter of taking this seriously and then taking some basic precautions. All right, you can read the first 30 pages of that book is what Stephen Harris recommends, and you'll be in good shape. So something for people to think about, especially in our crazy world where, speaking of psychopathic leaders, you're just a couple button presses away from a lot of this nonsense. And I don't think we're going any further away from that. I think there's just going to be more and more of this stuff as we go along.
That's for damn sure. Yeah, and you're right about that. That the blast is not a big deal, and there's also a bunch of other bullshit out there about nuclear winter, blah blah blah. It's not real. And it's true that the fallout is a bigger threat, though I would go further than that and say an even bigger threat than the fallout is what happens secondary effects that happen because of the EMPs that have to come in the first wave just before the first nukes. As you know, to disable some ECMs, electronic countermeasures, and things like that. Blowing every transformer in the fucking power grid, let's say in North America, the power grid's not hardened at all. This could also happen because of a solar flare or whatever. You don't need nukes. But that could lead to, according to some estimates, a bunch of people starving. You can feed 10% of the population, something like that, because of inability to grow more food or get it to where people want to eat it. And like, so to me, the sort of Mad Max scenario of people have to kind of kill each other to survive is a bigger threat than even the fallout itself. So the shelter's got to be hidden. That's where guys like you and I come in, keeping things hidden.
That's a big part of it. You know, you can build your shelter in a private way, of course. You can have a bunker. There are ways to do this privately. Talk to people on the show about that. A guy who actually goes around the U.S. doing things for people. So yeah, absolutely. And preparedness is just something that I think makes sense when you understand how the world operates. So absolutely.
Remember, folks, you can call in any old time now. Gabriel and I are going to run out of things to fucking talk about, either right on time or too early. So please call in, and you can prank call us. And just think of the most offensive thing to say. Come in at PAZNIA.com/call. Say it to Gabriel, not me.
And
now,
by the way, audience, I was joking about all the IQ stuff. All right, continue.
He was not joking. You heard him. You heard him straight up. This guy is, please, I don't know if you know this, but all my listeners are people of color. This is a people of color only.
Well, and I'm one of them. And what I'll say to people is, go to the show, Watchman Privacy, track down some of my conversations with Giant Bandari. This guy really changed my mind. And the way he talks about the infinite chasm between the first and the third world is certainly worth listening to. That's what I'll say.
That's sorry, wait. How do you find that episode of the show? What's his name?
His name is Giant Bandari. That's JAYANT BHANDARI. Giant Bandari. I've done a number of episodes with him. A couple others that I haven't published yet because I haven't gotten the courage to do so yet. But those are very interesting shows. Giant Bandari on Watchman Privacy Podcast.
See, maybe the problem with people in the third world is just that they have too many letters in their names. What if it's not a genetic thing? What if it's just
I think you're right. The H doesn't need to be there in Bandari. That is one problem. But I spelled this name so many times that for me, it's second nature at this point.
See, there's a lot of confounding variables, you know, genetics, economy, letters in your name, so forth.
But yeah, so but look, the third world, since we're trying to fill some airtime here, the third world is a place that you can go for more freedom, potentially, right? Potentially, depending on things. Depending where you go, it might be more freedom, or you might have an AK-47 put in your face. But the third world is always going to be lacking behind in terms of the surveillance, right? We think of Mexico during a few years ago, it was a very open place. I actually went to Mexico during those years of the crazy nonsense, and I was like, hey, this is free, but I don't want to be here. This place sucks. Total shit show, if I'm being honest. But that's kind of what you find in the third world is if you can stomach it, if you can maybe get a little bit of an enclave, just being perfectly honest, you can get some tax advantage. Obviously, you can. Bribing is fairly common in those places, which, to be fair, it's a pretty fair system, all things considered. So yeah, there are advantages to the third world, and it is something that freedom-seeking people should be seeking out. If you're upset with your police in your first world country, if you don't like being grilled in interrogation going into Canada or Australia, then you could be considering going to the third world. There's plenty of opportunity to scrape out your little corner of freedom in the third world.
It's true, yeah. It's a double-edged sword. The first world countries have more developed markets, but they also have bigger states because they have a slice of a bigger pie. And then in the third world, they kind of killed the golden goose. So like they might have worse laws on the books, but they've kind of stifled the white market, so they can't enforce laws that well, and everyone breaks the law in a third world country. So yeah, it's a double-edged sword.
And of course, if you're, I think actually giving bribes in other countries is illegal. If you're, if you live in some of these Western countries, that's the craziness of the laws. But
I think it's illegal in the third world too. It's just that it's not enforced.
Well, yeah, so one of the things is, and Giant Bandari talks. I asked him about some of the strategies of bribing. You don't want to just go and just bribe anybody. You want to be careful how you phrase it, right? It's like, can I pay for this fee right here? Can I pay for this fine right now? That's probably the best and safest line that you can use.
Yeah, that's a good one. All right. How about this one? Remember, folks, you can call in PAZNIA.com/call. Do you know much about decentralized cell systems of organization, kind of like you might have for a spy network or an insurgency?
Not too much. That's something that I think Rayo and others would know more about. So no, don't really get involved with a ton of that. So yeah, no. Don't
come on.
much about it.
This is the Insurrectionary Agorism podcast.
I'm my own cell. So, I travel around too much. That's one of my problems is I really haven't settled anywhere yet. So I'm traveling around so much that there's just a lot of things that I'm like, yeah, I can't have this equipment. I can't do that. I can't do this. Hard to make, friends in person just because I'm traveling so much. And this is one of those things that would fall under that category of not having much experience with.
That's true. Yeah, you might want to pick somewhere to settle down a little bit, because shit's getting a little hairy this decade. I want to think about it.
Well, that's what I did last decade, and it didn't happen. So I'm a little bit more fast and loose now, where I'm like, you know what, maybe it's not a bad idea to be in the stock market in this particular thing. Maybe it's not a bad idea to explore the world now. Because you get into these doom Telegram groups and such, especially if it's full of boomers. And this is something I've noticed about boomers is they love the doom porn. And mostly it's because they're really dissatisfied with their lives. They're like, hey, I messed up my life. I didn't do what I wanted. I just want it all to end. And I want it to end for everybody. Just to kind of be realistic about it, they're really like that, I think. And I've spent too much time with those kind of people where I'm like, the world has not ended. The economy has not crashed. Things are still going along. Yes, I understand there are underlying problems. I'm not just going to waste my time, off grid here and not making money, not seeing the world. For example, I've been spending some time in Europe. People are like, oh yeah, it's collapsing. Yeah, that's why I want to be here right now before it collapses. So there's something to that as well.
Yeah, well, there's truth to both sides. I mean, you can make money and be in the real world, but also have somewhere to bug out to or something and have friends and stuff. But yeah, I agree that I think boomers, maybe they had it a bit easy or whatever in their day. And whatever, how people, I think it happens to all of us as you get older. You say, oh, kids these days and the world's going to shit. And everyone always says that, even as the world gets better.
It's true. And these people who I've been listening to have been calling for economic collapse, global collapse. What is it? Peter Schiff's book about 2013. He was like, yeah, that's when it's all going to fall apart. Well, it hasn't. And if you were in the stock market at that time, like he recommended you weren't, you've lost out. Like those people have something to answer for. The Austrian contrarian investors have something to answer for in that period of time. If you were in gold, throughout that period, gold has gone up recently, but before like a year ago, gold was, you were losing money. So I don't want to live like that at this point, but I'm sure at some point, once I've seen my share of things and done my travel, that I'll become just like those people that I'm criticizing right now.
Yeah. Well, just treat it like, you talked about creativity as a privacy consultant. Let's say you're playing Minecraft and a lot of the land in your Minecraft server is claimed by an organization that demands taxes from the other users and otherwise oppresses them with all kinds of rules. And some of those Minecraft players, including you, are violent extremist market anarchists or insurrectionary agorists, as I've been calling it. How do you think, like, use your privacy consultant brain, how do you think these insurrectionary agorists would best organize protection companies to wage an insurgency against the government in Minecraft?
Good question. Well beyond my pay grade. That's for sure.
It was worth a try, or worth a shot.
It probably was, yeah.
What do you have planned next?
Well, we're gonna keep pumping out the show. A lot of people like the show and the guests that we get on and the advice that we give. We have a newsletter that's ongoing every 2 weeks. We pump out like a 15 to 20 page newsletter. We're always experimenting with different tech and tools and privacy strategies and what have you. Let's see, what am I working on just at this moment? I've got some Faraday bags that I'm pitting against each other. I've got a 3D printer that I'm going to put through the paces here. I've got some travel to do, not in my name, and some strategies to test there. I've got a dash cam. That's something I've been getting into recently. Not a privacy strategy, but does have some useful kind of consequences for the chaotic traffic world we live in and all the theft and the rest. So I'm starting to get into dash cams now for vehicles offline, of course, and not pointed at the driver. So yeah, just keep testing tools for people's productivity, their privacy, freedom, and just putting everything through the paces. Keep having intellectual conversations. We're producing some, good courses, as I say, that's so people can get more into depth about particular technologies and tools, and just keep going here with all that stuff. Do a little bit of world travel. I like to report on different regions, right? How difficult is it to get into this country? What is the surveillance like? Is there facial recognition going on? How bad are the cities? Is the migration as bad as people say? All those sorts of things. So I'm just trying to give people an accurate view of the world and then some of the tools for them to fit into that world. I think we got some AI clusters that we're going to test here when we get our hands on some of these 5,000 NVIDIA series chips. So yeah, that's a little bit of the stuff on the plate at the moment.
Why don't you try hopping over a border illegally instead of going through the checkpoint? Report back on that.
You could one could do that. One could do that. What I don't want to do is to, especially being a public figure, is I have to be careful a little bit about the stuff I say and do, because I could do all sorts of things and I could talk about all sorts of things, but there's that, and there's also just making your life a total misery. There's a guy, his name is Amir Taki. Not sure if you're familiar with him. He was basically one of the earliest guys in coin joins and Bitcoin. He had this early privacy wallet that was doing a coin join. It was called Dark Wallet. And he's like a hardcore guy, and he just quit one day. He's just like, you know what? I'm going to go fight ISIS. And so he went and he did it. And it's a cool story. He's obviously pursuing something he believes in. But then the guy has a serious interrogation and hassle anywhere he goes in the world now, whenever he enters an airport, and he travels a lot. So, you really have to think a little bit whether you want to be, whether you're willing to embrace a lot of those inconveniences, depending how far
that's
down
what the different
IDs
are for.
Publicly. Yeah,
you can just pay someone to give you a different passport in one of your third world countries, right?
Well, yeah. Tell me all about it. How does that work?
You just need to know the right person. Networking.
All right, networking 101.
And now you mentioned dash cams. I've been feeling like the right way to do dash cams is you want full disk encryption, right? Have you put thought into that?
That would be an option. That would definitely be an option. Now, if you're pointing, yeah, I've really got to think through this, right? Because there's the whole, obviously you don't want things uploading to the cloud necessarily. Well, maybe you could get it uploading in a different way. The problem is a lot of these dash cams are really proprietary, most of the stuff. So there's only so much tinkering you can do. But yeah, that'll be part of the equation for sure when testing is figuring out
All
how
you
we
need
can
is some sort of like let's say a single board computer, maybe a Raspberry Pi, and then a camera, like maybe a USB camera or something. You plug into that. You just have full disk encryption.
Oh, you're
whatever.
talking about making your own.
Yeah, just build your own. Wouldn't be that hard.
Potentially, yeah, but you
You could sell them.
There's just not enough time and not enough hours in the day. There's some things.
We'll get Jamin to do it.
There you go. There are some things where it's like build your own whatever, or self-hosting and all this kind of stuff. It's like, sure, you could spend X amount of time figuring this stuff out, and then realizing there's certain limitations to it, and then you're responsible for all the upkeep, which is always the biggest hassle, and why most self-hosting and such fails. Or you could just piggyback off of something that's kind of like 99% there. I usually opt for those options, but I do respect the people who are in the trenches building things by themselves.
Yeah. Sometimes it takes a lot of research though, or like just no one's making anything that's even that. Like, I mean, for me personally, like a dash cam that doesn't have full disk encryption. So like all someone has to do is pick up the device and then figure out everywhere I've been driving. That's not good.
That's not good. No. So you want to be careful what you're doing with the micro SD cards. Now, what could you do while working within the system? You could have a micro SD card that only shows, that's small enough, it's only showing your latest 10 minutes, which could be good because if you get into an accident, right, it's probably going to happen right then that you're going to need it. So you could do something like that. You could just say, hey, I always remove the SD card when I leave the car. I take it out of the car, the whole thing. There are other things you could do without.
Well, it could also be like a bludgy pulled you over because of something they thought they might have seen you do in the last 10 minutes. Then they take the micro SD card, and the last 10 minutes is enough
to convict you or to
or whatever.
Yeah. I mean, look, it can certainly work both ways. I know people who've had the micro SD cards in their cameras. Let's say their home cameras, they want it offline. But if somebody goes up there and just jacks the camera and takes it, then they can access that stuff. So
right,
yeah, it's
you need encryption.
It's not just it's not something that you do have to think it out. It's a whole process. It's a whole process that you have to think out with these things.
I think full disk encryption's the answer. But
how would you do that though on a dash cam that you buy from Best Buy? How would you do that?
I probably wouldn't. I wouldn't. I would just because I mean I don't think it's that hard to. I mean, of course, this is from the standpoint of being someone who's kind of good with computers. I don't think it's that hard to take an SBC and just install fucking Debian or something with full disk encryption and then do whatever you want with it. And of course, that could be sold to somebody else, or someone could pay somebody to help them do that if it was too hard for them. But yeah, that's what I would go with.
Well,
these things are all just computers, right?
Yeah, feel free to go through it. I'd be happy to see how you go about it for sure.
Let's do it. So you're clearly better than me at running a show and doing interviews. So what do you think I should ask you? Why don't you ask yourself a question before you go?
Okay.
Put him on the spot. Really, I want you to get Gabriel Custodiet. Get him real good.
Here I'm the guest, and I'm having to do the interview as well. Gosh,
I'm really lazy, dude. This show, I put very little effort into it.
Okay. Well, more information, and then I'll answer the question. What do you think your audience is looking for? What sorts of things? How advanced are they? Well, first of all, how advanced are the listeners 1 to 10?
With 5 being like a normal person?
Yes.
7.5.
And how are they are they more interested in physical or digital privacy?
Ooh, that's a good question. It's probably a pretty even mix of both.
Yeah. What about South Dakota? Why don't I ask myself a question?
They're familiar with that.
Okay. Well, if they're familiar with that, then they're probably familiar with Monero and Bitcoin
Oh, yeah.
privacy. They're probably familiar with private accommodation. They're probably familiar with Linux and encryption and password managers and 2FA and VPNs and Tor and self-hosting.
Well, what are your thoughts on private accommodation? I feel like a lot of Vonu ones are just like, whatever, I'll live in a van or a homestead. Give them something else on private accommodation, maybe.
Well, you can fully take advantage of all of the convenience of the world, right? Which is hotels, Airbnb, and everything in between. You just have to find a way to do that where that's not in your name. Now, all these morons who run these companies and what have you, they want to collect your information. Maybe it's because there's some moron in government that thinks that KYC is necessary for the greater good and all that. And so you need somebody to jump on the KYC grenade for you, or you need them to excuse you from the KYC. So there's no real easy option that works every time, but you just have to obviously feel it out. You go to a hotel. Yeah, we're going to need your ID, sir. Oh yeah, I forgot that. Can I bring it to you later? Michael Bazzell talks about having the lanyard with your alias name on it. You just hold that up like, hey, this is what I've got for now, right? You're paying there with your in cash, or usually they want a credit card. Maybe it's like a privacy.com card or something like this, which has at least a layer of privacy. As long as you can pay them and get out of that kind of scenario and bring it back later, so to speak, quote unquote, you've gotten through that situation. Be flexible, be ready to go to a different hotel, all that sort of stuff. Airbnb, great option. You just can't use it really with your own identity because they need something. So, you have a friend who will let you use their account. Do you have a collective group that has a joint Airbnb account? These are all things that you can merchants. There you go. So, and you need to have this stuff set up ready to go, because the moment that you're like, oh, I need the Airbnb now, right? The trips now, I need to do it. I need the hotel now. You're not going to do it because it's a little bit of work. You haven't thought it through. So plan for these things now. Plan for your next trip now, and have somebody to jump on the KYC grenade for you. Have all your plans, how you're going to interact with people. You're not just going to limit yourself to one hotel. Maybe it's going to be 10 hotels that you try. Maybe not 10, but like 5 before you can get into one. And maybe, you just fit out your vehicle so that you can sleep in there more often and you don't have to. I've done that. Like I drove 32 hours straight one time because I was like, I don't want to deal with the KYC stuff. And so I just drove 32 hours straight. So thank you, KYC, for making us safer. But
good job, Gabriel. Good question. Good answer. Thank you so much for humoring us, for gracing us with your presence on our shitty little show. Plug everything that you want to plug.
I just want to make it clear that I'm a stand-up privacy consultant. Everything I said about the third world was just a joke. It's not. It's not true. Don't send me messages about that. That was just a joke. It was just a thought experiment. So, Watchman Privacy Podcast. If you want to listen, we got a whole lot of episodes. Go back to the beginning. Just watch that. That's all free. And that's all I'm going to pitch. Watchman Privacy Podcast. You can find that on your podcast player. You can find that on all the Rumble, YouTube, all the rest. And you'll find your way from there. So that's really all I got.
Yeah, that's right, guys. He's a stand-up privacy consultant. And you don't want that. We don't want that around here. We want the one that says nigger. So you're not going to go to him. You're going to go to me. You're going to go to vonupodcast.com/CD and talk to me on Session or SimpleX. Gabriel doesn't even have a Session or SimpleX. He wouldn't talk to me there.
It's true. I don't really care about privacy. So definitely go to Vonu instead.
Yeah, that's right. Thank you for the celebrity testimonial. We're going to play that clip on future shows. And you can join us next week at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. And I'm going to talk about network privacy, dark nets, maybe cryptocurrency VPNs, and the big dApps of tomorrow, which I'll just leave that vague for now. Self-Liberation Saturday will keep going for another 4 or 5 hours to 8 or 9 p.m. Central. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for joining us, Gabriel, and putting up with me.
VonuPodcast.com.
Yeah, man. Over and out. Stay frosty out there.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you will add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL. Rayo was right. Freedom does indeed need more full-time professionals, not collective movement preachers seeking a coterie of followers, but explorers, inventors, developers of liberated life ways. Undoubtedly, numerous folks are truly seeking a way out of the servile society, but they don't see any options outside of political crusading or apathy. Many are being emotionally and physically broken down by the 9-to-5 grind, the daily pressures of the servile society, and the recognition of how truly unfree they really are. That being the case, our task as Vonuans now becomes self-liberation and marketing in that order. Reason being, if we are ever going to see an alternative economy, sovereign free port, a new libertarian country, or whatever other grandiose strategy comes into fruition, we need to first break people free from the servile society and into a lifestyle change of their choosing. Additionally, if we are ever going to see the abolition of the state, we must do our damnedest to eliminate the market demand for it. A great way to do that is by showing individuals that there are other options, and to help them in the process as much as possible. Some entrepreneurs may even be able to monetize such a venture in the form of consulting, or the development of tools or services to ease the transition from the first realm to the second realm. Rayo's first book, Vonu: The Search for Personal Freedom, was initially published in 1983. 35 plus years later, many of these strategies are just as practical now as they were then, if not more so thanks to the evolution of technology. Yet, some recommendations he and others posited are extremely outdated, destined to fail in the modern day. Vonu is based upon reality, not legality, and therefore, it will develop according to the external factors of the present time. Freedom is not free. It takes time, effort, money, an extreme amount of dedication, and a willingness to make sacrifices. It requires the willingness and ability to create, develop, and to problem solve, as we are the self-liberators of the 21st century, pioneering the path forward to a freer future. It is not for everybody, and neither is Vonu. There's no better way to end this book than with these wise, timeless words from our friend and posthumous mentor, Rayo. Quote, "A Vonuan to me is not just someone living in a particular manner. Lifestyles may change. A lifestyle which was Vonu 100 years ago may not be Vonu today. Some lifestyles Vonu today were not possible 100 years ago and may not be Vonu 50 years from now. A Vonuan is someone who places a high value on relative invulnerability to coercion, someone for whom freedom is worth a fair amount, though not infinite, of effort, inconvenience, discomfort. To a Vonuan, Vonu is not just a means to other ends, nor is it an ultimate end. Like most qualities of life and life itself, it is both. A Vonuan will choose whatever way of living offers personal sovereignty, and will change lifestyle again and again, if necessary." End quote. Your free future is closer than you think. This was an excerpt from my book, Vonu, A Strategy for Self-Liberation, available in the Self-Liberation Bundle. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle to snag every book we offer at a huge discount. Currently 18 books. Again, libertyunderattack.com/SL Bundle is where to go to pick that up. And to view our full catalog, please visit libertyunderattack.com. LUA Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm.
You're listening to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to the coercion of the state and the servile society. Visit our website for free resources to aid you in your pursuit of self-liberation, old Vonu publications, podcasts, guest articles, and much more. Go to vonupodcast.com. And now, your hosts, Shane and Jason.
All right, and welcome to the Vonu Podcast, the podcast making you invulnerable to coercion. I'm your host, Shane, coming to you again from the homestead here in Southern Illinois with another intermission episode today. So yeah, you'll hear another LUA Radio classic, this time the first installment of our Direct Action series, recorded on January 3rd, 2016. The topics of discussion are committees of safety and security teams, and my guest was Gary Hunt from the Outpost of Freedom blog. Over the past couple of weeks, I've released two related episodes. Number one was a repost of an old Bill Cooper podcast on militias, and the other was the spoken discourse of Kyle Reardon and I's article on the origins of the Harney County Committee of Safety. Well, with the increased importance of organizing locally, with recent events and all, as well as the mostly manufactured chaos ensuing in the servile society, I figured I would enlighten you with a more thorough conversation in hopes of inspiring some action. Because honestly, guys, I'm an anarchist Vonuan, but I would set up a committee of safety tomorrow, and we do talk about, one of my questions is, so Gary, can an anarchist be in a committee of safety? Can they start one? And the answer is yes, but you'll hear a lot more about that in just a few moments. This also just happens to be the episode where my words were transcribed into an FBI investigatory document. Again, not Vonu at all, but it's not like it was really in my control. I'll put a link to that article in the show notes if you're interested in checking that out. It's also worth mentioning that, of course, Gary is a constitutionalist, and this discussion centers around direct action within that ideology. And if you've been following the Patriot constitutionalist movement for long, or you heard the spoken discourse of Kyle's article on doom porn, you'll know that the anti-Muslim rhetoric was rather strong around this time. If I could overlook the couple of related comments here, and I'm sure you can too, but I just figured I'd give that bit of a warning. We don't fall prey to doom porn here on the Vonu podcast, or at least we try not to. And I certainly could give a shit less what religious or spiritual affiliation, a Vonuan subscribes to, so long as they believe in non-aggression and self-defense. Lastly, please check out our sponsor, Liberty Under Attack Publications, for your anarchist Vonuan book needs, or if you're looking for a publisher. The website is libertyunderattack.com. This past week, we released a brand new book, A Vonu Guide to Firearms, by the pseudonymous Josiah Warren. This magazine-style, full-color guide includes an introduction to Vonu, the transcript of my Gun Printing 101 episode with Ivan the Troll, along with most everything you need to know when it comes to the topics of Vonu and firearms. To pick that up, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Gun Guide. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Gun Guide, or just head to the main site to see all of the books and privacy tools we offer, in addition to some pretty exclusive bundles. You can save a lot of money. We try to get these books out to you as close as we can to cost. So I think that's all for today. Please enjoy, and always remember, Vonu is yours for the making. So tonight, for the first installment of the Direct Action series, we'll be joined by Gary Hunt to discuss committees of safety and security teams. Gary Hunt was a professional land surveyor, having been the county surveyor for Orange County, Florida from 1974 to 1978. He began private practice in 1978 and continued as such until 1993, when events in Waco, Texas caused him to leave his business in pursuit of restoring the Constitution. In 1989, he began researching, investigating, and studying history, law, and events where the government was pointing its guns in the wrong direction. He began publishing a patriot newspaper, Outpost of Freedom, in February of 1993, when your humble host was a mere 9 months old. Since that time, he has investigated numerous occurrences, including Waco, the murder of Michael Hill, Ohio militia chaplain, Oklahoma City bombing, and other events. He has attended the sites to investigate the events and has reported on his investigations. He has continued to report his findings on the internet, as well as write articles about other current events, about the history of the Revolutionary Era, and the founding documents. His website can be found at outpost-of-freedom.com/blog, and we definitely recommend you go check out his work. So Gary, without further ado, welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio, sir. How are you doing this evening?
Just fine. I didn't realize I was that much older than you.
just a couple of years. Just a couple of years.
But I'm doing fine, and good to be back on your show.
All right, we're definitely happy to have you. So the first time we had you on back in September, we covered the creation of political prisoners. You have been working on a new case regarding a gentleman, and for those who may not know about Skylar Barbeau, why don't you just real quick in a minute or two inform the listeners on what you've been working on in this case and what his situation is.
Well, Skylar Barbeau, interestingly, based upon an affidavit that was filed for a search warrant, they were trying to demonize Skylar Barbeau. The results of that affidavit bore no fruit after the search warrant was served, but he had a rifle barrel, a barrel that was legally purchased. In fact, he had two barrels legally purchased. One was 10.5 inches, and the other one was 16 or 18 inches. And he had a receiver, and he had some night vision things and other optical equipment. And he wanted to sell them because he wanted to go from 5.56 to 7.62 caliber or millimeter bullet size. That would be 223 to 306 and caliber. And so he put these in a case together, and this, what was considered by some to be his best friend, was going to sell them for him so he could get the money to change calibers. It was delivered to the friend, and this is kind of interesting. We all hear things about chain of evidence, how they control evidence, how it's kept track of. But he gave it to the informant, who then turned it over to the FBI, and then we don't know how many hands it went through before it got to this lady FBI expert that said, yes, this is a rifle and it has a short barrel. It's an SBR short-barreled rifle, and he did not pay the tax and he did not register it. So basically he was stuck with driving without a license for a $200 tax and registration. But instead he's facing 5 years in prison. Now the informant was paid $3,500. That's not counting the 25 goons and I don't know how many other suited guys that did the search warrant raid. Probably 10 grand involved in that raid. And this is all to collect a $200 tax and get him to register. So is it a tax issue, or is that just the constitutional nexus that they misapply to actually infringe upon the Second Amendment? But it's a rather interesting case, and Shane's done an excellent job. I write blogs, and they scroll down the page. Shane is on Liberty Under Attack as the political prisoner page. You can see all of the articles, all the documents that support the articles, everything that's important there. He's done a better job than I have in getting the information out. I just write it. So I'm very pleased with his work in that regard. But it's a rather interesting story, and as with Robert Beecher in Georgia, Kevin Massey and Casey Massey in Texas, and William Wolf in Montana, and now Skylar Barbeau in Washington, we begin to get a picture of how the government is turning their direction on terrorists to American patriots who believe in the Constitution, rather than Farouk and Malik, who were on the watch list but managed to kill, 14 people and injure 22 people in San Bernardino, California. So the government seems to be focusing on people that believe in the Constitution. The Constitution created this country. The government exists as a consequence of the Constitution, and they're turning against the people that support that Constitution, and they're ignoring the people that are crossing the ocean with malice in mind. And, it doesn't make sense. But I think it helps to understand the persecution of patriots on Shane's page there.
Okay, yep, and that is, if you just go to libertyunderattack.com, you'll see a political prisoners tab, and Skylar Barbeau's the top one when it drops down. And I'd definitely recommend you at least go read Gary's articles. They're very enlightening, and it really just shows you the tyranny of the government. So definitely recommend you go check that out. And as he said, all of his articles are linked there as well. So it's a one-stop shop. So let's move forward to the first topic, committees of safety. But before we do that, I think I'll begin each edition of this direct action series by explaining why the specific subject or subjects are on the freedom umbrella of direct action. For both committees of safety and security teams, there is no subjugation before those who claim to be our rulers, and they both allow people to take the initiative themselves in either restoring liberty or by providing individual or collective self-defense. For the benefit of the listening audience, I do think it is important to note that committees of safety are from within the constitutionalist ideology, so this may not be applicable for some, but nonetheless, it is a form of direct action, even if their goal is limited government. Our job in the Direct Action series is not to tell you which forms of direct action you should take. Our job is only to provide you with the information necessary to make that decision for yourself. So before we get started, I'd like to read a short document written by John Hancock regarding the formation of committees of safety back on April 12th, 1775. And Mr. Producer, if you could toss up the only image in Dropbox up on the live stream, I would definitely appreciate it. All right, and this was, like I said, April 12, 1775. Quote, whereas the preservation of our county from slavery depends under God on an effectual execution of the continental and provincial measures for that purpose. Resolved that there be now appointed for each county in this colony a committee consisting of 5 persons, any 3 of whom to be a quorum, whose business it shall be to receive from the committees of correspondence in their respective counties a state of the conduct of the towns and districts with respect to their having executed the continental and provincial plans as foresaid, and it shall be the duty of said committees to meet on the first Wednesdays of May, July, September, November, January, and March, and prepare a report of these same to be laid before the Congress at its then next session, that any neglect of such towns and districts and executing such plans may be speedily and effectually remedied. Also resolved that it be, and it is hereby strongly recommended to the committees of correspondence in the several towns and districts in this colony, sometime before the first Wednesday in May, July, September, November, January, and March, aforesaid, to render to any of the members of their county committees, aforesaid, a true state of the conduct of their respective towns and districts with respect to their having executed each plan recommended by the continental and provincial congresses, and to use their utmost diligence for this important purpose. And whereas some towns and districts in the colony may be destitute of so excellent an institution as committees of correspondence. Resolved that it be, and it hereby is strongly recommended to such towns and districts forthwith to choose them, and to afford them assistance at all times in effectually suppressing the efforts of the enemies of America whenever they shall make them. Signed by order of the Provincial Congress, John Hancock, President. End quote. So Gary, let's obviously we'll start out this basic question. What is a Committee of Safety?
Well, you just read the signature and title, President of the Provincial Congress, which was later known as the Massachusetts Committee of Safety. There was an effort over time, and virtually all the states adopted the colonial, provincial committees of safety concept. I shouldn't say states; they didn't exist in that form at the time, but. Committees of safety go back, as far as I've traced them, go back to the time of the English Revolution in, I think it was 1655, where the Royalists, the Round Hats and the Royalists were at odds with each other. There was a challenge to the royal government, and the committees of safety were formed to provide legitimacy to the militias that were created to take on the royal forces. We find them early in our history. There was a governor of New England. This is before the solidification of the identities of the respective colonies. The governor of New England was a guy named Andros, and he was raising quit rents and doing all kinds of things that people didn't like. So the militias, which were formed at the time to protect against the Indians, were subordinate to civil authority. So they created committees of safety. Those committees of safety then directed them to arrest Andros and imprison him, and he stayed in jail until he was returned to England. Now, he did come back years later under royal authority, but I think he was a little nicer guy when he came back again because of what he'd suffered the first round. Now, then we get to more recent history. Prior to the Revolution, where I've found reference to committees of safety would be the Susquehanna River Valley in Pennsylvania and the Mohawk Valley in western New York, where they were on the fringes of society, and they had Indian incursions. Indians were a threat, and the Susquehanna Valley, for example, in tracing my own genealogy, I find reference to the committees of safety ordering the creation of forts. One of my ancestors and his fiancée happened to be visiting a fort before the scheduled wedding. They were supposed to have it at a different town, and the Indians came in, so they went ahead with the wedding, but all the wedding guests happened to be at the other location. But these forts were set up, and the defensives against Indians were set up under the authority of the Committee of Safety, who were the civil authority that the militias subordinated to. Then we move into the Revolutionary era, And there's an excellent book called The Minutemen by John Galvin, recently published, I think, in the last couple of years, where he goes into detail of the role of the committees of safety during the events at Lexington and Concord in April of 1775, where one of the militias had from a different county had to get permission from the Committee of Safety before they could leave the county, and it took them 6 hours, so they were kind of late getting to the battle. The British were already back in almost to Charleston by the time they got to leave the county and go play. But he's got some very good references to the Committee of Safety and their role in giving consent or directing their militias to go aid those primarily at Concord, because Lexington had already occurred, and then the Battle Road March back. What Shane just read you about exactly 1 week before then, April 12th, 1775, Hancock and the Provincial Congress were encouraging the creation of committees of safety. I think it was South Carolina and Massachusetts really had more activity, more resentment towards the Crown, so they had been creating committees of safety for quite some time. Some continued to carry the name of Committee of Correspondence, which goes back to the initial taxes back in 1765. Okay. But they acted as a Committee of Safety. They became an executive branch of government. Various names: Committee of Correspondence, Safety, or Protection. They serve different purposes. Most adopted the Committee of Safety name somewhere along the line. Some retained their old name. For example, the Provincial Congress became the Massachusetts Committee of Safety. So the role they played in our history and the creation of the United States is phenomenal. For example, the First and Second Continental Congresses were both called by committees of safety, and then they sent their delegates. Most of the states had them, some by then. New York was the one that really encouraged the first committee of Continental Congress get together. And so we find them in our history. Now, what were they? They were actually a parallel government, and we can go back to 1774 in western Massachusetts, where Worcester, Massachusetts established basically, they called it an association, but a committee of safety when they declared independence from British rule unless they returned to the original Massachusetts charter. That was based on the Massachusetts Government Act, which came out a week after the Massachusetts Bay Act, which is where they embargoed Boston. They closed the courts, reopened the courts to deal only with criminal matters, no civil matters. They dismissed the militia and enrolled only non-Tories back into the militia and created a parallel government to fill in where the government failed. Let's go back to Mohawk Valley, because this is a good demonstration. The government in Albany was not big enough or strong enough to provide a military force to protect the people from the Indians. So where the government could not fill in the gap in their responsibilities, the Committee of Safety became kind of a parallel government to fill those gaps that the other government, the larger government, could not. Which is exactly what happened in Worcester. They said the royal government is not, so we're going to fill in the whole gap, which they did in their case. A number of others occurred prior to the April 19, 1775, but we begin to see the picture of the role of committees of safety. Now, if we extend that through the entire Revolutionary War era, with the exception of the back and forth that occurred primarily in New Jersey and in the South, where one side, the royal government forces would push the Patriots back, and the Patriots would push them back. It was going back and forth. With the exception of those areas, generally you had committees of safety continuing civil government throughout. So we didn't run into the circumstances that the French Revolution, the Russian Revolution, or any other revolution had. We had a civil government in place throughout the entire country, or the colonies at the time. So the transition from the royal government to the government under the Articles of Confederation and subsequently under the Constitution was continually in existence and exerting its authority where necessary and relinquishing that authority to, let's call it, a higher power during the course of transition. So our Revolutionary War, our revolution, was unique in the world at that time because there was never a loss of government in most parts of the country.
Okay. Very interesting. And just one quick question, and you might have already explained it. So the relation between committees of safety at that time and the higher power, as you put it, the higher power realized that they couldn't provide some of those functions, so they had a good working relationship during that time.
Right, and then that was pre-April 19th. After April 19th, the committees of safety actually created their own higher power. The government was actually built from the bottom up rather than what we see when we look out the window today from the top down. The president's the most powerful man in the world. No, he's the bottom of the stack. He works for all of us. We're the employers. We employ him. He's the bottom of the stack rather than the top of the stack. And their concept of bottom-up government was very strong then because they made the rules. And the coalition that was created by the Articles of Confederation was subject to the approval of the committees of safety from the local level to the state level and then to the Continental Congress.
Okay, very interesting. So obviously back in the revolutionary times, committees of safety were completely above ground. They were working with a higher power. Committee of safeties they wouldn't be done in secret today, right? They would be completely above ground, open, transparent, things of that nature.
Yeah, since they're not anti-government, why should they hide? The First Amendment, the right to peaceably assemble, the right to freedom of speech, that's what a committee of safety is. Why the First Amendment? It addresses and the freedom of the press, because the committees of correspondence were transmitting news back and forth. So the elements of the First Amendment are 100% supportive of the concept of committees of safety. Probably for a good reason, too.
Okay, awesome. Now I will admit, before the Committee of Safety meeting held on January 29, 2015, that was actually simulcasted here on FPRN. I'd never heard of them before. And that was the meeting, you mentioned William Wolfe as a political prisoner. That was the meeting that he spoke at, if I remember correctly. Yes. Is there just minimal information about committees of safety, or are they just conveniently left out by the government schools as a lot of other information is?
Well, a lot of people suggest that the government has conspired to leave them out, but as I study history, I find something interesting. About 1815 to 1825, people were looking back at the war that had occurred in the new government and everything, and they just went on. When the war was over, they wanted to get on with life. They wanted to establish their state governments. They wanted to get industry, everything going right again. So they kind of let things slide. So somewhere around 1815, we start getting people saying, well, these people that fought Washington was dead by then. These people that fought the revolution and created this government, they're dying off. We need to start recording history. So they started recording history. But even then, they're looking for events and heroes. And so the concept of, these events and heroes became the foundation of the history, the key points. Very few wrote on the more in-depth history in public. However, you can find it in their private writings. You can find a lot of it between Jefferson and John Adams, for example. But history picked up this event and heroes concept and is carried through. Now, I don't want to discount the other side, though, because Johnny Tremaine was a Disney movie put out back in the 70s, I think, maybe the 60s, long time ago. And it was kind of interesting because the version that is available now is a little bit shorter than the old one, but I remember watching that years ago, and they were talking about committees of safety a number of times. Now, They still mention committees of safety, but only where it's necessary for the plot to survive rather than the more informative. And it's only 2 or 3 minutes they've cut out. And that was after Walt Disney died. It was under the control of Michael Eisner at that time when they republished it and took the pieces out. So it appears that there is a concerted effort to attack committees of safety. And, Wolf is a good example. In the indictment or in the criminal complaint on William Wolf, they talk about him talking and what he said at the committees of safety. Now, the interesting thing is before the committees of safety, William Wolf was an advocate of violence. And when he and I did a number of radio shows on the committees of safety, and he started to see that there's a potential for a peaceful solution to the problem. So he was shifting gears and dropping these aspects of violence, but it bothered the government so much that they made it instrumental in demonization of William Wolf. He was associated with committees of safety. Well, damn, our whole government's associated with committees of safety. So they're using it. And I had a conversation with Casey Massey earlier today. And they've filed a sealed document trying to extend his sentencing by another 13 months or increase his sentencing by recommendation by 13 months. Well, they filed it late. They're supposed to file it 10 or 14 days prior. They filed it on the 30th. His sentencing is on the 4th, so he's going to ask for it to be stricken if his attorney doesn't tomorrow when he goes for sentencing. But in that, what his attorney did show him was reference to Gary Hunt and committees of safety.
Of course.
The government doesn't like committees of safety. They are a consequence of committees of safety, and they want to damn them. As I said before, they're going after American terrorists, not Islamic terrorists. All Muslims are good. All patriots are bad.
Okay, we are coming up to this first break here, and when we come back, we'll wrap up a little more of the history, and then we'll get into the actual direct action of forming a committee of safety. So stay tuned, and feel free to give us a call if you have any questions for Gary Hunt. Stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break. Yeah, let's get back to our discussion on committees of safety with Gary Hunt. His blog is located at the outpost-freedom.com/blog. So you kind of already mentioned the committees of safety's role in the founding of this country. But I was curious. I was looking through some of the bylaws and requirements for joining some of the already existing committees of safety, and I distinctly remember one of them requiring that all members adhere to the Constitution. Now, is that a requirement, or for example, could me as an anarchist start or join a committee of safety?
Well, there was no Constitution back in 1775. To adhere to, and they abandoned the British government because they were not afforded the rights of Englishmen under the British Constitution. There was a Constitution. The British Constitution is a compilation of perhaps hundreds of documents that over the years had set out rights, beginning with the Magna Carta. Now, whoever put that in was a choice of that local committee of safety to put in. They have the discretion to do what they choose. Now, you're an anarchist. Can you start a committee of safety? Well, in 1774, they were anarchists, weren't they?
They didn't have a government. They
rejected the government and had no form of government. No, they didn't have a constitution to adhere to. They didn't even have the Articles of Confederation. So they were anarchists. They just said, screw you, big government. We're going to create our own little government here. So they were anarchists. So are they mutually exclusive? No, it just depends on when a committee of safety is formed, how do they want to compose themselves? And another instance in there it has to do with recognition of the 13th Amendment to the Constitution, not the Anti-Slavery Amendment, the other one called the Titles of Nobility Amendment.
Yep.
Some of them prohibit bankers, policemen, lawyers from joining the Committee of Safety because they have accepted titles of nobility or honor, which is what the 13th Amendment talks about. So that's an option locally too. And so when I talk to people about committees of safety, why is that there? Well, this is why it's there. You have to decide what you want. I'm not going to. There are no rigid rules. The community, the committee of safety represents that community. They have to determine what their criteria is. If it's not suitable, they can change it. So anarchists can start it. They can participate in it unless the local people say, screw you, anarchists, we don't like you.
Okay,
or
fair
screw you,
enough.
cops, we don't like you. Or screw you, bankers or lawyers, we don't like you. It's
Okay, so
I'm
it's
gonna,
essentially up to... Oh, go ahead. Sorry, Gary.
Yeah, Harney County Committee of Safety, looking into that. The one, and I think we're going to discuss that a little bit later on, but I want to touch on a point here. 46% of the people in Harney County, employed people, work for the government. So they started a committee of safety. And so if they've gotten a good sampling out of the community, they can expect that 46% of the people are government, maybe even more. So my recommendation to them would be have a meeting, say those that support the federal government stand against that wall, those that have a problem with the federal government stand against this wall, and then do what they did in Worcester, Massachusetts. Okay, those of you standing against that wall, you're Tories, get out of here. Because what they've done is what the Muslims did in Dearborn, Michigan. They eventually overload the voting system. So perhaps the federal government's encouraging their people to water down the effectiveness of the Harney County Committee of Safety by encouraging participation and maybe a bonus if you join the Committee of Safety and vote in favor of the federal government.
Yeah, that's definitely possible. So essentially, it just comes down to whoever. I guess would it be called the board or whatever, the community more generally, what they decide to put in like the bylaws then.
Well, I don't know if it was true in all committees of safety. The ones that I've got a good grasp on the information available, especially Albany, New York, they had an executive committee and a general association. The general association is the people that subscribed the Committee of Safety. The executive board was referred to by the same name, the Committee of Safety, but they dealt with the mundane task. But if anything important came up, then they would make a recommendation and go to the General Association to get concurrence in their decision. So even though they were both, as near as I can tell, they're both referred to as the Committee of Safety, I'm not sure how they worked it, but you had the executive board, and they could only hold office for a year in Albany. But in other places, people were there the entire period of the existence. So, again, we're back to how do you want to structure your committee of safety? But the concept of general association, we'll hold off because we're going to get into that, I think, shortly.
Correct. Yep, and that's actually the next point. So it's kind of good you brought up the General Association. This is something I was kind of interested in. Is anyone in the defined scope of the Committee of Safety? So we'll say Harney County in this example. Is everyone in Harney County guaranteed protection by that Committee of Safety, or is it limited to those who have who have already voluntarily consented to it?
Well, again, that's a local option, but and again, with discussions recently of people starting committees of safety, they were looking at how to get people to join the Committee of Safety. And so one of my recommendations, if there's a little old lady down the street that needs her house painted, go paint her house. Does she have to join the Committee of Safety? No, but hey, she might just because you painted her house. Little old man can't push the lawnmower anymore. Go mow his lawn for him. But again, we're back to a local option. It's for the community, but is it only for the participants or is it for everybody? That's the local option, because we live in a rigid society. Lawyers can only talk law. You can't talk law. It's compartmentalized. When I was a kid, you went to the doctor. Now you go to the specialist. No matter what it is, there's a specialist.
True.
So we've compartmentalized. We've said you're not smart enough to think for yourself. You got to go pay this guy to think for you. And if you go to court, that's a disaster. So the freedom for the community to decide where they're going with what they're creating is bottom-up government, isn't it? We don't have to compartmentalize. We can think for ourselves and say what's best for this community. Can we modify it later on? We damn sure can. Why not? There's no rigid rules for the Committee of Safety.
Okay.
Except that you're filling in where the other government fails to provide.
Okay. All right. Awesome. So this is a kind of intriguing question. Have in the past, have committees of safety ever collected taxes?
Well, the Central Florida Committee of Safety, yeah, we I guess you could call it a tax. We didn't call it a tax; it was a contribution, and we asked everybody to put $1 in the jar at every meeting if they could afford it.
So it was voluntary.
I guess that's a form of taxation. And from what I can tell back there was no assessment of taxes, but there were voluntary commitments of material or money to do it. They did raise money somehow in Albany. I can't figure out how they did it, but they had money, so they might have had some dues or something. But I know when the committees of safety, when Boston was embargoed, committees of safety from around the area were sending wagon loads of blankets, wagon loads of firewood, herds of sheep, I guess it's not a herd of pigs, and even cattle. And so I don't know who paid for those. The history I've found does not record that. But it appears, as near as I can tell, that there was never an assessment. And so what we did in Central Florida, asking for a contribution if you can afford it, was the closest that I've ever heard of to what you might call a tax.
Okay, and from what you've explained, I guess other than what you aren't aware of or what you can't figure out with Albany, it wouldn't be taxation then. Reason being, like you explained that you asked for contributions, you didn't force anyone to toss $1 in, so it was voluntary. Or for those that joined to pay and they consented to the dues, like if it was $20 a month or something like that, they consented to the dues, and if they didn't want to pay it, they could just not be in the Committee of Safety. So yeah, I guess
right.
From what
if
you've explained, it wasn't taxation.
Right. If they went out and cut down the wood for the forts, whatever it was, it appears that it was a voluntary contribution for the good of the community, something that we leave in the hands of government today. And there's the big problem. We look at government as the end all. They do everything for us. We can't do anything without their consent. Back then, the world wasn't that way. So I would expect that people would help you build a barn and support the Committee of Safety by the means that you could afford to support the Committee of Safety, by work, by product, or by monetarily, voluntarily. We've got to get out of our heads. In fact, a lot of the research I do, a lot of the diaries and things that I read, I want to get into the heads of the people that lived back then. They looked at the world completely differently than we do now. But if we look at George Washington owned slaves, and Thomas Jefferson owned slaves, and he got one of them pregnant. Well, they haven't proven that. His father was known to have slept with the slaves, and we would have the same DNA from the father that they would get from the son.
True. Yeah. True.
So, but we want to demonize them, even though these were acceptable practices then. We want to impose our morality and our perception of government on what they did 200 years ago. And that's wrong. 200 years from now, how are people going to look at our form of government? And are they going to hold it to their moral values and their civic values and their religious values, or whatever values they might hold? Are they going to damn us? You can't damn the past for the way they were, because that's how we got to where we are.
Okay. And last couple questions here for the history, and then I do want to get into the actual direct action for Mr. Producer's purposes and also for the listeners. We'll probably go over just a little bit in this one because we've still got to get through security teams and the direct action of the forming the Committee of Safety. But Gary, how many committees of safety are there right now?
Well, it's hard to say. There's, I think, 3 or 4 signed up on the Committee of Safety page, but that's totally voluntary. There's no requirement for it. We know the Harney County Committee of Safety exists, and I've heard of a few others. How effective they are, how active they are, I don't know. Well, why don't you make these people sign up at your page? I can't make anybody do anything. This is totally voluntary. We've got to go with what we've got. But so as far as operational right now, Harney County is the most recent. I know they've had a couple meetings, but I don't know the results of those meetings.
Okay, awesome. We've got about 7.5 minutes or 8 minutes till break. So let's get into kind of the introduction to the actual formation of a committee of safety. So how does one form a committee of safety?
Well, again, we're running into the same thing. However, the two that I've been involved more so in creating are South Bend, Indiana, which was when I was up there and they were forming it. I helped them with it. And the other one was in 1994 in the Central Florida Committee of Safety, where and that's the one that I worked it all the way through. We put out notices. We got contacted local news stations, local radio stations. We didn't hit the press. There was only one real paper in Orlando at the time, the Orlando Sentinel. And I don't know if they carried anything or not, but we had made arrangements for a fairly large room at the library. Unfortunately, it was large enough to hold the couple hundred people that came up to the meeting, even had press there with their cameras, even though we told them no cameras inside. And they'll respect when the government says that. They snuck a camera in for ours, but we're not going to fault them for that. So we got good coverage ahead of time and had the meeting, and I explained committees of safety. And so we had about 40 or 50 people subscribe, and then the executive board was created. However, our meeting time was over, and the first chairman was elected on the street or on the sidewalk in front of the building. And the big mistake was we should have taken more time because he was a sovereign citizen.
Ooh.
And he wanted to limit, back to local rules, wanted to limit the Committee of Safety participation to people who were sovereign citizens. Eventually, it became quite a rub, and after I left Orlando, it resulted in the demise of the Central Florida Committee of Safety.
Okay. So vetting is obviously important in a committee of safety as well. Question: you mentioned obviously the people are elected by the community. Is there a requirement? Well, I guess this would be another one of those answers, I'm sure. But I feel it's worth asking since Liberty Under Attack does promote the cancellation of the voter registration. Do they have to be registered voters to vote in like a committee of safety to vote on positions?
No, they have to be subscribers to the Committee of Safety.
Okay, all right. That was just a question.
We asked the question: do you have to be a subscriber to be afforded the protection of the Committee of Safety? No, that's up to the Committee of Safety. But the vote, you have to be a subscriber to the Committee of Safety, the General Association. You can't have Muslims voting in the Committee of Safety. Did I? I can't say that, can I?
Okay. So
you can't have Tories voting in it either, Harney County. You can't have Tories voting in it either. If the king controlled the committees of safety, we wouldn't be the United States of America, would we?
No, fair enough. Yeah, that's true.
But any restriction should be on a well-reasoned consideration why to exclude a group of people or a class of people.
Okay. Understood. So obviously these are obviously, as we found out, it's up to the specific committee of safety what laws they want to have and such. But just for the sake of the listeners that may be interested in actually starting up a committee of safety, maybe just let them know what you did in these circumstances or how this was done. And obviously they can, if they're interested in starting it, they can do the same thing or they can do something different. But just so that they have kind of some sort of a very, very loose blueprint on how to actually go about doing it. So the Committee of Safety is formed. What's next? Are there bylaws that need to be adopted? What's the next action the organization should take once it's formed?
Well, the bylaws, and there are a number of examples available. There are some in the zip file at committee.org. Have to suit who can be a member, the provisions like that, how officers are elected, what their term is. Any organization to run has to have a degree of rules to determine how they run. Otherwise, you've just got chaos. Hey, I think we ought to paint my house. All in favor? I'll buy a beer for everybody that votes in favor of painting my house. That cannot be the case. But yes, they again have to be thought out. Do we have a model from history? I can't find one. So again, the thinking people need to come up. Either take the bylaws that are presented in that package, and I think we've got both South Bend and Central Florida. We may have some others, but look at them, see if they suit you. If they don't, change them to be accommodating. But you've got to have some form of order to it, what your purpose is and all that. So, but as far as starting it, I've seen committees of safety as small as 3 people. Now, Hancock said 5 people or 3 is a majority. So what does it take, and at what point do we create an executive committee? It's cumbersome if you've got 30 or 40 people for everybody to participate in the discussion all the time. One of the bylaws for South Bend and I think for Central Florida talk about subcommittees who, when an issue comes up within their subject matter, there's another one in there. We started the Arizona Committee of Safety at state level, and that was a fiasco. You can't start at the state level. You got to start down here and work your way up to it. But we set up subcommittees to deal with certain things, and then they would save all that discussion time at the board by coming with their recommendation to approve something or not approve something and their reasoning why, and cut the discussion down. So from a functionary standpoint, having subcommittees, if you're large enough, having these subcommittees to hash out the details and come up with a good proposal and a good justification for a proposal is efficient. It's expedient. It gets the job done.
Okay. And we are coming to the second break here. I got a few more questions for you regarding the actual formation, then we'll dive into security teams. But yeah, if you've got a question for Gary, regarding committees of safety at this point or security teams later on, feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live, or you can obviously type it in the chat as always. So stay tuned. We'll be right back after this short break. And welcome back to Liberty Under Attack Radio here on the Freedom Phalanx Radio Network. We are joined by Gary Hunt from the Outpost of Freedom blog to discuss committees of safety and security teams for the premiere of the Direct Action series, which will run probably up until March, to be quite honest. So, Gary, welcome back. Let's get right back into it then. So, Gary, if there is already a committee of safety in someone's area, how do they find it and become a member?
Well, as I said, it's voluntary whether people sign up on the or list their Committee of Safety on the committee.org page. But there is a link there that is there a Committee of Safety near you, I think is what it's called, in one of the pop-downs. If you go there, it shows the states where people have either registered theirs or we'll actually put pages up there if they want a place to put it. They can go get their own domain or they can have one at committee.org. But it's voluntary, and so I can't say that's a good source of finding out where they are, because only those that decide to list them there exist. And whether they're still in existence or not, there were 2 in Florida, one in Geneva, Florida, and one over in the Tampa Bay area that never registered there. I think the Geneva one's still active, but it was kind of an isolated community, a 5-acre lot subdivision where they were looking at protecting their area, and so they didn't go out of their reach, so they never listed it. They just, the neighbor told neighbor. There weren't that many people. The one in I think it was Hillsborough County never registered with us, and they were going for a while, and I was in touch with them, but I've not stayed in touch. Harney County has not registered with us yet, and that's up to them whether they do or not. So, it's just again, you do what each committee does what they want. If they want, they should promote themselves within their own community, and what better way than having a listening at committee.org. But they should encourage participation. of like-minded people. And when I say like-minded people, the people that feel that the government is failing to fulfill some of its duties, or perhaps exceeding itself in performing other duties, that they want to create that parallel government to moderate things, let's say, to be polite about it.
Okay. And as I mentioned in the introduction, I think it was, we had you on for the creation of political prisoners. Could committees of safety have, like if there was one up where William Wolfe was, or if there was one where Casey Massey was, could committees of safety have assisted them in I guess, keeping them out of the government dungeons?
The militia, now Maryland Constitution and maybe some others still recognize this. The militia shall always be subordinate to the civil authority. Well, in a normal context, back then they were subordinate to the royal government the governments created by the royal charters. But they transferred their allegiance to the committees of safety as the committees of safety formed. Can the Committee of Safety do anything? Well, they could raise funds and hire a lawyer, perhaps. But that very serious question, it occurred with the Hammonds. Do they want to avoid being arrested? The Hammonds said, no, we are going to turn ourselves in. So, and Kim Davis, oath keeper, said, I wanted to go down there and protect her. And she said, I don't want to say fuck off, so I won't. Screw off. I don't want you down here.
Okay.
So the Committee of Safety would decide what they wanted to do, and if they had a militia that's subordinated to that civil authority, which, we see the word militia slung around quite a bit. Mm-hmm. But again, the militia is subordinate to the civil authority, and it's kind of problematic to call somebody. Well, there's lowercase m militia and there's uppercase m militia. Everybody by I think it's 10 U.S. Code 311 and by their own state constitution and statutes between 18 and 45 generally. Correct. And in many cases male and female, other cases male only, are militia. They're the lowercase m.
Correct.
They are militia. They are by law. They're militia. They don't realize it. They'll condemn militias, but they're militia. The uppercase M then is one that comes together as a body. Now, at that point, they have to subordinate to civil authority. So, absent a Committee of Safety, the only civil authority that they can subordinate to would be the state governor. So, in the case of Arizona, we'd actually prepared a series of correspondence to request the governor and then the county commission to become the civil authority, expecting that they would deny it. And at that point, the Committee of Safety was the only remaining civil authority that they could subordinate to. They could have gone directly to the Committee of Safety if they chose. But otherwise, they're only lowercase militia. And the press keeps calling them a militia group, militia this, militia that. Well, hell, the people that vote in the elections are mostly militia. The press's abuse of our language is phenomenal.
Without a doubt. Yeah, definitely. So since we've kind of mentioned, since you mentioned Harney County, is there any potential for confrontations with law enforcement or governmental agencies due to involvement with COS? I know it didn't occur because obviously the higher power back in the revolutionary times, they kind of, they work together and they coordinated and such. But today, is there a possibility for confrontations with law enforcement or governmental agencies?
Think about it. What happened in April 1975? A lot of those militias were still subordinate to the civil authority, but they had committees of safety and they shifted their allegiance and they went and shot redcoats. So the potential for violence can come in that moment that they say we change our allegiance. In Harney County, one of the problems is a large percentage of them were pro-Fed. That's not a dog food. That's what they were. So, you run into that interesting situation. Now, once they get to that point, let me give you a little background on the Harney County Committee of Safety. Ryan Payne was down there. He spent about 8 or 10 days with me. And we were preparing a PowerPoint presentation that is currently incomplete because Ryan's found other things to do with his time, including Skylar Barbeau and the Hammond-Harney thing. But we had talked about it, and he passed that on to Ammon Bundy, and together they talked the people in Harney County into creating a committee of safety. They have a webpage already, the Harney County Committee of Safety, and I think it's HCC.
That link is actually in the chat, hgccommitteeofsafety.org. Yep, I went ahead and posted that in the chat so people could get an idea of what it would look like as far as like the website and what they do. So, yep, that one is in the chat right now. Yep. And,
but what led to the creation, when the Hammonds would not ask for the aid of the militia, or what I prefer to and have recommended is freedom-loving Americans to come to the aid of the Hammonds, and they rejected that. That it was proposed to Ryan that if Harney County asks us to come and intervene, if the state government asked us to intervene, or if they create a committee of safety and they come and ask us to intervene. So that was what motivated the creation of the Harney County Committee of Safety. However, conflict, and get back to that scenario, Tories on one side and Harney County, people who care about Harney County on the other, it seems that the Tories impeded the possibility of any request to come and freedom-loving Americans to come and help defend Harney County against federal intrusion, which I think was along the lines of the recommended wording. So they never got to the point, but they haven't felt their full power yet, and I don't know where they're going to go with that. Had they been in existence for a while and realized, you've heard the phrase "state of nature." Mm-hmm. When you're in a committee of safety, in a sense, you're in a state of nature because you've said the government doesn't exist around me. I am in Rome. I have to do as the Romans do, but otherwise, I'm in a state of nature, and I've been that way since 1993. You have to be, but like I've told your friend Kyle Reardon, state of nature is a state of mind. More than anything, it's not going to get you a cup of coffee. It and a dime ain't going to get you a cup of coffee or anything else. But it's a state of mind where you have rejected the unconstitutional government, for want of a better phrase, that exists. I reject it. I have no respect for them at all. They got the guns, though, and so compliance comes at the point of the bayonet, so to speak.
Yeah, true.
But the important state of mind is that, and the Harney County Committee of Safety obviously has not evolved to the point where they recognize state of nature, whether it was presented to them or not. But until you get that distinct sense of we have a right to control our own destinies, which is what happened back in 1774 and 1775, you're going to be ineffective, but at least you've started the progression. Let me reference one of my articles that I don't know if you got the link to it, but it's called "The Other Not So Thin Line," because it's kind of important in understanding where this concept of state of nature and feeling what I have a right to do, not what the government tells me I have a right to do, but what I have a right to do under the Constitution, whether it be possess firearms or speak freely or anything else. I'm not relying on their interpretation of free speech. I can understand why you can't yell fire in a theater. But beyond that, there are very few limitations on freedom of speech. There should be, but the government is imposing them. I can't say nigger. I can say Negro. They can say nigga. I don't know who gay people are. I know who queers are. So I reject the norm, but the norm's been forced on us by government. If I say queer, it's a hate crime. If I say gay, it might not be. and they're using the laws to enforce this verbicide on us, which gives a different connotation. That's the world we live in.
Yeah, that is true. That is true. So last question on committees of safety, and we'll kind of get that wrapped up and move on to security teams. Should a committee of safety use encrypted communications?
If a committee of safety is local to begin with, so anything done should be done in their forum, in their meetings. Now, if it's something of controversy, it depends on how well they've vetted their people, because in every instance of somebody getting busted, there's always an informant involved. And there could be one in your local committee of safety. So the executive committee especially should be well vetted in case they even want to discuss something, whether they decide to do or not to do. That discussion could be considered criminal by the government because they'll find a way to get there, as we've discussed with the political prisoners. So the communication should be direct. If it gets serious, you need to make sure the room's debugged or go out in the middle of the woods and talk. Now, as far as this is the world we live in, though, everybody, if it's the guy's down the street, why carry a message down to him? I can email him, I can chat him, I can text him.
Yep.
We're talking about communication on the internet, especially say via email. I don't know if you've discussed it before. I know I've talked with Kyle about it extensively. What I call double encryption. You encrypt something using any of the old codes. There are plenty available. There are a lot of methods that you can encrypt something by hand. So if I encrypt something by hand, now let's just say I use PGP or one of these others. What if there is a backdoor? If you watch the video, the movie Citizen 4, which is about Eric Snowden, they're talking about how if the government gets a chance to get your password, your key, they can intervene. They can extract information. He was so concerned about that, and he knows more than you and I do about the thing. Yeah. So I think there's legitimacy. So even if PGP is secure, if they get the keyword, then they can listen to what you're saying. So what happens now if I've encrypted it and then I type it in my computer, and there's also keystroke capturing. If you get all these smartphones and everything, are they actually giving the government your keystrokes? But if I type it in encrypted already and then PGP it and they decrypt it through a backdoor or any other means, what do they got? There's garbage in, garbage out to them. So now all of a sudden they've got another step to go through. Now, if it's timely communication, how long will it take? And Snowden in Citizen 4 talks about that. It might not serve long, but it'll give us enough time to get the job done. So you've delayed their progression if they even want to pursue it beyond, hey, I wonder if they change the logarithm and the back door doesn't work anymore. Well, just throw it aside, man. We can't read it. That's a good possibility because they've got to commit manpower. So how important are you? So there are ways that you can communicate electronically, but to get some online, they got into Bitcoin, didn't they? Or no, Silk Road, didn't they?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, definitely did.
So that's a demonstration of how vulnerable you are when you rely on what's readily available on the internet, whether you pay for it or it's free. I got a kick out of Burn Note because you got to watch the note burn up. Hey, the note no longer exists. Bullshit. Their servers probably got every note that was ever sent on Burn Note.
Yeah.
And an email, unlike a letter, if they get a letter and open the envelope, hey, you might find traces of it, especially if whoever sent the envelope seals it well. But an email, they can extract a copy of the email that has digital age versus analog age, that has no evidence that they've received a copy of it. So they've got to play with it, and you never know that they got it. So how can you trust anything on the internet unless you do something like a double encryption where you've at best made their job extremely difficult because first they have to get into it, and then they got to figure out what they got into.
Yeah, true.
Otherwise, couriers who have to be trusted, direct communication. There are ways to communicate. Now, I know some patriots are working on different ones, but other people have mastered them already. For example, the Muslims seem to be able to transmit messages in images. Somehow they go into the, I'm not sure how, but if you look at the text version of a JPEG, for example, you see just a series of code. Could I go in there and insert a word every once in a while that would never be noticed because the effect on the overall JPEG image would never show? It was just another pixel out of place or something. There might be methods like that, but I would think that then searching for known words just could detect those. I don't know. I'm not that smart.
Okay.
So to me, the double encryption is the only safe way to communicate beyond personal communications.
Okay. And so that was all I had for commands of safety. Let's move forward to security teams. We're a little behind, which I kind of expected because there's a lot of material to cover here. But let's get on to security teams. What is a security?
I also have very long answers. So.
Oh, and that's definitely fine. The last time we had you on, it was almost 3 hours. So we're definitely probably going to go over this time, but I don't think it's going to be anywhere near 3 hours. So not a problem. Go ahead.
Security team back in '92, I think it was. I was writing bad articles about the government. I had some friends, George Sibley and Linda Lyon, that were writing Liberatus magazine, and we had some friends, and we decided that it's not a militia. It was just us looking out for our collective protection. We had no idea where it was going to go. Initially, it was 5 of us, and then we weren't going to add any more, but George was a member, but Linda was not. But Linda was brought in even after we decided not to bring anybody in. But then the door closed, and so our security team, the other names I still won't divulge. There's one I referred to as Sam because he was instrumental in things. That's not his real name. But George, Linda, Gary, Sam, and a couple other people were our security team, and they all somewhere along the line played a very involved role in what we didn't really anticipate at beginning. A lot of it revolved around my going to Waco, and then later it evolved around George and Linda when they were accused of killing a cop in Opelika, Alabama.
Okay.
But the idea was we are working together for our own protection. If there were any other people to come in, they would come under an individual. For example, if Gary wanted to have a subordinate security team, he could create one, but he would never know who the other members of the top level were. There might be some key that would be given to him to put an ad in the paper. If something happened to Gary, to put an ad in the paper that said this, and then he would have to compare the torn dollar bill with the one to the person that responded to the ad that would be able to pass it on to somebody. So you would never lose complete communication with that. But they would never know the other tiers unless and until it was time to bring any and all the teams together for a more defensive action, which has been anticipated for over 20 years and only occurs like places like Harney County, Wyoming, Texas, Montana, Texas, Washington, and Georgia. What you were talking about earlier, coming to the protection of the members. It's not a committee of safety, though, because it's not a public entity. It's a private, every right we have, a self-defense. The most important right we have has to be protection of our life, because without our life, none of the other rights mean shit.
True.
So that right of self-defense is fundamental. And it was written in the Constitution. So if we read John Bad Elk in an 1899 Supreme Court decision, we begin to understand how sacred that right of self-defense is and protection of your life, even against unlawful arrest. So the concept here was exactly that, the protection of our lives in regard to if the government got to where they didn't like us. And I don't want to go into the detail, but like I say, after Waco, they were instrumental in affording an assurance of my protection for almost 2 months before we kind of gave that up. And then George and Linda in disposing of potential evidence that might be used, might be gotten by the government and used against the people that they had been in communication with. So, it served a purpose we didn't anticipate. Now, I have gotten permission from all the members to talk about it with the exclusion of names because of what we learned in that experiment as a security team. There's a similar concept called leaderless resistance, which isn't quite what it sounds. Basically, under the concept of leaderless resistance, doesn't mean there's not a leader in the group. That's up to the group. What it means is there's no leader outside of the group. And so we didn't engineer the concept, but we kind of played our way through and developed a very functional system that was effective when the call came out. Those two instances when the call came out for them to respond. Actually, there was a third instance, and that had to do with the FBI looking for Peter Chernoff, Linda Issel, and Peter's son Alexander, where we hid them from the federal government. So there were 3 instances where the security team functioned beautifully.
Okay, interesting. So just to reiterate this because you kind of already mentioned it's private. It's private. It's not public. But just for the benefit of the listeners, security teams are underground. You don't go tell people that you're in a security team. You don't do anything like that. This is completely private between you and the people that you would potentially start a security team with for self-defense and such. So
right.
Yeah.
And until I was given permission to talk about it for educational purposes, if it would help others, I couldn't even discuss the existence of it with anybody that wasn't a member of the team. We did bring other people in, but they never knew the team existed. I guess that's the best way to put it. And it was underground, and just for the benefit of people, we didn't anticipate that they were actively pursuing us, but when we met, we'd meet at my office because it was kind of central, and we'd decide where we would go to eat lunch and have our meetings. And when we got there, the first 5 or 10 minutes, we wanted to make sure who came in and where they sat. Yep. But by picking our restaurant, we were making sure that somebody couldn't go in and put a microphone under the table ahead of us. So we didn't have to stick our head under the table or anything like that. And then looking at the characters that might have followed us, if somebody came in and started looking at us strangely, which never did happen, but we felt we could judge that somebody was there, would sit near us to hear or things like that. So it never happened. But that was the kind of security that we didn't need, but we practiced to make it a habit. So all of our meetings were conducted under the location of the meeting was never called until we met together physically in one place.
Okay.
So those practices, you can think them out yourself on how to get in the habit of being secure.
Yep, and I think that's very, very important, and that is another aspect on the direct action list that we'll cover is security culture, and in order to you'll need a good understanding of security culture before you start a security team, which obviously Gary's team did have, as you just heard him kind of explain. But we're coming to this final break here. And when we come back, we'll get into, obviously, the formation of a security team and some other interesting subjects relating to it. So feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. And we'll be right back after this short break. We are joined by Gary Hunt from the Outpost of Freedom blog. We just wrapped up talking about commands of safety and just got into security teams. But yeah, if you have any questions on security teams, feel free to give us a call, 218-895-3818, or on Skype at FPRN Radio Live. And I do have my co-host Stan with me as well. Stan, you still there, brother?
Yes, I am.
Okay. Any thoughts so far on what you've heard about commands of safety and security teams?
I like a lot what he was said about double encryption, because that's one thing I kind of see happen a lot is we kind of get our PGB codes and we kind of stick to them, but how long does it take, that to be cracked or what have you? Using a secondary method allows you to, so as it were, keep moving as far as your encryption goes.
Yeah, an extra measure. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah,
definitely.
Make things twice as hard.
Yeah. Yep.
And as hard as you can make it for the government, the better.
Exactly. And initially when I started getting interested in encryption, actually before that, I was just like, well, the NSA can crack anything. So like I had the same mentality that a lot of the mainline public does. Well, I don't have anything to hide. But then I thought of it from a different way, and I do think encryption can be useful as far as encryption. But if you encrypt it, that makes it just that much harder for the government. I just want to make it as hard on them as possible if they're gonna try to read what I write or anything like that. Get back to security teams. We are running out of time here this evening. But anyways, Gary, what kind of operations does a security team perform?
I briefly mentioned 3, and I'll go in a little more detail on them. When I returned from Waco, there was a concern that the FBI had moved into the room next to mine at the new Rodian. I was in room 223. They got room 221. And when they did, a funny thing happened. This is about 4 or 5 days before the fire. All of a sudden, if somebody knocked on their door, it sounded like my door. And so we kind of figured that they had put some device in that used our wall, a probe that used our wall as a diaphragm to hear what we were saying, but at the same time it was transmitting sound back to our wall as a diaphragm to hear the knock on their door sounding like it was a knock on my door. And we also, from the manager, found out that when they checked in, they were FBI, the government was paying for their room. They requested the room next to mine, and at the same time, some other agents came in and asked where the equipment room was. Now, the equipment room in a motel is where primarily the telephone communications connection boards are established. So it seemed like they wanted to tap the phone. So all of a sudden, we had to look at advanced security and communication. So we developed somewhere by other means, we would get somebody else to send a phone number to somebody that wanted to talk to me, and it would be a pay phone that I was at, and they would it would be at a certain time, and I would go to that pay phone and get the phone call. So we got around the calls there, and so we could say what we want the government to hear over the phone, and we could say what we didn't want them to hear otherwise. And so when I was leaving, there was concern because Church Universal and Triumphant, Claire Prophet up in Montana, had bought an old tank and some military vehicles and fixed them up and had legally owned bazookas and other military artifacts. And she was a church, and the government was threatening her. And it was very similar to Waco, except more open on their announcement that they were going to do things. And so I had talked to people already, and somebody had bought me a ticket waiting for me in Orlando to go up to Montana to get prepared for that event. Now, eventually that fell apart. She turned over the equipment to the government and kind of, gave up. But there was a lot of concern for my safety because of my involvement in Waco. So we had to relatively openly talk about my return. And so kind of cryptically, I'm sure that when I get off the plane, everything will be okay. Everything will be okay when you get off the plane. So when I got off the plane at Orlando, once I got out of the security area, there were 3 armed people in the airport ready to make sure that I was safe. From there, we went to a motel room and to see if there was going to be any effort to arrest me. We set up with the local radio station where he came down to the motel room, pre-recorded a live call, and then went back and before he started the live call, Gary's not here yet. I wonder where he is, and went on for about 5 minutes. Oh, here he comes now. just to see what would happen. And then he played the pre-recorded show. So we were taking precautions. Were they necessary? No. Did we? But at the time, we weren't sure of that. So we began practicing those exercises. Now, before Waco, I went there on March 5th. It's in mid-April. A guy shows up at my door. 4 people showed up at my door. Peter Chernoff, his son Alex, and his girlfriend Linda Issel, and the guy that drove them from California. I don't know the guy's name from California. I don't want to know it, but he had driven them out from California. I didn't know them, but they had read some of the articles that had come out in my first edition of the Outpost of Freedom newspaper. And I had talked to some people that they knew, and they felt that this would be a safe place to hide them from the FBI, who was after them, and actually had set his bail at $500,000. So it was pretty serious.
Yeah.
And so we brought him in. I brought him in, and so we protected him. We moved him around a couple times. Let's go back to Waco first. Let me finish that. We also set up what we call dead man calling. By 4 o'clock every day, and we could increase the frequency as necessary, I had to call to say that I was okay. There was a half an hour leeway on that because I had my business and had work to do. But if I didn't make the call, then the person I was supposed to call that would notify the rest of this team, and they'd start scrambling now to find out what happened to Gary. It never went beyond the dead man, what we call dead man calling, but I've used that a few times since then when things get dicey, and you never can tell with the government, so it affords a degree of protection. But then with Peter, we hid him. After I got back from Waco, Linda wanted to go back to California, so we drove back together. We had set some rigid rules for Peter, and he broke the rules and went and made a call from a payphone to somebody back in California. So they knew he was where he was, so we had to move him again. So, but eventually he decided to turn himself in. But when he did, he gave Alex to George and Linda and to take care of Alex. But then when he turned himself in, he told the damn police that Alex was with George and Linda. So they came and got Alex from George and Linda. And the funny story about that is George is walking around with his pistol, and Linda, both of them, were walking around with their pistol strapped on. Well, these guys came in and got Alex and looked around, did a search without a warrant. But one of the cops said, I feel kind of uncomfortable with you having that gun strapped on, and George looked back at him and said, I feel more uncomfortable with you having that gun strapped on in my house.
That's a good response.
But the security team shuffled them around and did everything to protect them, so we hid them from the FBI for about 4 months. So that was a role that we didn't anticipate when we formed it. The Waco one was a different one. The third event was George and Linda ended up shooting a cop in Opelika, Alabama, and then they were surrounded, and they had their son with them, Linda's son with them, and they were surrounded by cops, and, do we shoot it out or not? And they decided not to shoot it out. They were eventually executed in Alabama. Linda was the last electric chair, female electric chair, maybe the last electric chair death in Alabama. George, about a year later, was the chemical treatment. But I had heard this story. Somebody contacted me when they found out they got arrested, and now these aren't on the blog, but they're on the committee -of-safety.com page. George Sibley and Linda Lyon. At first, when I got the story, I didn't know what all had happened. I just had what had gone over mainstream media. And then finally, I got a phone call from Linda, but I was up in Connecticut on an Indian reservation. They were in Opelika, Alabama in jail, and the rest of the security team was down in Orlando, Florida area. And They had been using my fax machine in the office, which was one of the more sophisticated ones now. It wasn't thermal paper anymore. It was, bond paper. And it had the computer chips and everything, so every fax that was ever sent out was recorded on it. And Linda expressed her concern to me in the phone call that they didn't want that chip destroyed. Now, we didn't have time for secure communications, so here, rapid movement, we can always outrun the government. Rapid movement was necessary. So after I got off the phone, I called one of the security team members, told him where to get the key to get in my office. He got in the office, and his instructions were take the fax machine, go out in the swamp. In Florida, there's plenty of swamps. Take an axe with you, break the damn thing apart, find all the electronic components in that, break them even further, and go at least 100 feet away from the machine and throw them in the water. Distribute them in the water so they could never get back to the electronic components to find out where the transmission was. And in that case, we didn't have any method of secure communication, but we figured rapid movement. So he was instructed to go right now. As soon as we're done talking, you leave. You go to the office, get the key, go to the office, get the machine, go destroy it. So probably within 3 or 4 hours of the phone call, the fax machine was history. So just to protect information in this case, who they had faxed to, because they had a key and they were allowed to use the fax machine all that they wanted, and so the third exigency came up where the security came in and worked beautifully.
Okay.
And that was the extent of it. And then I left. I pretty much stayed out of Florida after that. George and Linda were in Opelika, and we were the critical members, and so it basically disbanded. But like I said, I got permission from all the players, without divulging names, to talk about our experience, to share them with other people so that they can think about the benefits of security team even when they're unanticipated.
Yeah. Okay, that's definitely interesting. You've definitely been involved in some interesting situations, especially like considering Waco and such. But yeah, that's I'm glad you're able to share that, because that could definitely be good information for people who, I don't know, people that do whether it be brazen civil disobedience or just whistleblowing or things of that nature. So yeah, it can definitely be useful. A couple more questions on security teams. What are the skills that a security team should routinely train in?
Well, the one I mentioned is our meetings. It's a good one. You just, they don't know where you're going to go. They can't pre-plant a bug, and you watch the people that come in. That's probably the most important, because we had weekly meetings. Another one that we had, I hate to use the term bug out because it's been changed since then in its connotation. But if something drastic happened, we wanted 2 assembly places. We were in Florida. The Wekiva River Basin is there. And so we had picked out 2 locations, Assembly Area A and Assembly Area B, where we knew where they were. If there was ever a need to use them, though, if there were any sub-teams, this was a rigid rule that if I had a sub-team and I called my team together, they wouldn't know why they came together. But then we went to the assembly area. If one guy said, I got to call my wife, or had any excuse, shoot the motherfucker. And, hey, maybe it was innocent, but we could not take a risk. Once we divulged the location and began moving towards that assembly area, if it was otherwise, but we didn't want him to call and say, hey, follow us either. So it was very critical at what point is the point of no return where you dispose of the potential threat. You don't have to, you can't stop and judge the morality. But so that practice, and we didn't really train for this, but in our minds, in our discussions, we often went over it to make it a habitual aspect, even though it was never practiced, what we would do in that event. And So now, as far as other training, that was probably the extent of it. Each person did or did not train with firearms of their choice and all that. But ours were primarily concerned with security, both in our regular meetings. The other one I mentioned were on my team, I would pick one person to be maybe two people as well, where if something happened to me, and I trusted them, they would be able to make contact with one other component of the security team and then come under their umbrella, but still not know the remainder. And that was by putting an ad in the paper and then having a half of a dollar bill that had to match one that the other person had. And that idea of using a dollar bill can be used over, and we discussed this, over a broader area. If we knew of another security team elsewhere, and there was a possibility that something, one point of contact here, one point of contact there for security purposes, if something happened to either, there's already been an arrangement made similarly, put the ad in the paper, meet and compare dollar bills. Now, it's not foolproof by a long shot. But it is a high degree of security, especially the dollar bill, because if somebody was secured their dollar bill, had it well hidden or destroyed it, chewed it up, if they were arrested, then the ability to make the contact ceases to exist. They might meet the person without the dollar bill, fuck you, go away. Pardon my language. But
oh, no, that's definitely fine. That's definitely fine. All right, so I guess just a couple more questions to close out security teams here. And I think this is an important one to kind of broach because I think there may be some confusion with some of the listeners here. But what are the differences between a security team and a militia?
A militia is community-oriented. It protects the geographic entity that is a component of. Back to the Revolution, there were town committees of safety and town militias. There were county committees of safety and county militias. When you got to the state level, though, the militias were under command of the state, but they retained their leadership at the county level. So they're an organized, and we've heard the term organized and unorganized militia. Most states have adopted that to differentiate between the unorganized militia, the 18 to 45-year-olds, and the organized militia, which is National Guard, Air National Guard, things like that. But the militia is organized. It subordinates to civil authority. The security team, we are our own civil authority. We're concerned only with us, not with the community. Whether we might get involved in something in the community, we probably would if the need arose, and would probably subordinate to, as an entity, as a militia squad or a militia unit to them without divulging the fact that we're a security team. But the distinction, quite simply, is one is the right to a personal self-defense, and the other one is the right and minor collective, where the other one is a geographic self-defense once they come together as the uppercase militia.
Okay. And obviously, you've already answered this question, but I guess obviously I'll just make sure this point is very, very clear. But obviously, a security team should use encrypted communications. As Gary said, internet might not be the best way, but yeah, you should definitely communicate discreetly. So any thoughts, any further thoughts on that, or is that?
Yes, understand that back in 1993, 92 and 93, we didn't have the internet. You had Prodigy, AOL. The sophistication wasn't there. The government intrusion probably wasn't there. But the security team being so local, the only time you'd communicate outside is if a security team here had one contact with another, one individual contact with the other side. Where there's a distance, then the same thing would be recommended. The dual encryption that we talked about would be about the only way you would consider communicating absent personal face-to-face or courier communication.
Okay. All right, and I guess we probably should start with this one, but nonetheless, so now that people have an idea of what a security team is, the security measures that need to be taken, and also some of the operations and the training that a security team should take part in. How does one go about setting up a security team?
Well, in our case, I only knew two of the players in this, George and Linda. Actually, one, George at the time. I had met one of the other guys that was on the team, and they, in a sense, they formed the team because they were concerned about what I and George were writing, and Linda as well. But like I say, Linda came on later. So they actually formed it. But if the need arises, now, you know, I sound a little hypocritical. I didn't know three of the guys. And I committed to them, but I trusted the people that brought them in. That was then. Now, with the government so actively pursuing investing themselves into anything patriotic, it's even more riskier. So the committee, a security team should be composed of people that you've known for many years, that you've known has never been charged with a crime and been alleviated of any responsibility for the crime via plea agreement or discharge of the crime. When I say crime, I don't mean traffic tickets, but something that might have gotten jail or prison time. Stay away from those people. I wrote Informants Amongst Us, for example, to show what a plea agreement might entail based upon a plea agreement that was offered but not accepted by a friend of mine. But it's got to be people you've known for a long time. If you just moved into the community, for example, Kyle, I don't know how how many friends he has down there, but he's fairly new and knows just about nobody down where he lives. He could never form a community security team unless he met somebody that he felt they felt comfortable and he trusted the other guy. But in a community, you know, if you've been where you are for most of your life, then you know who you can trust. So depending on your circumstances, just judge carefully who you might join in creating a security team. Sit down. If anybody has any misgivings about what you're creating the first meeting, exclude them from future meetings. Be very cautious.
Yeah, and you definitely made a good point there. And obviously, when you look at the political prisoners archive, I'm not going to say all of them, but probably most of them. There was whether it was issues with vetting or whether it was just the fact that the government's so adamant about infiltrating groups now. Whatever the case may be, it'll be. I agree with you. It needs to be people that you've known your entire life, and all of the other stipulations that you laid out. Because it can be hard to find trustworthy people now, especially with all of the infiltration into some of these groups and organizations and militias and things of that nature.
Yeah, and the easiest one to get to is we don't know if it happened with Barbeau, but we suspect it happened with Forrester, and we don't know who it was with Beecher. And we don't really know the background of the one involved in Wolf, but getting an informant is easy if they can charge him with child molestation. We'll drop the charges if you sign this plea agreement, but you go back to prison if you don't produce. And that, like I say, is explained in Informants Amongst Us. And we can go back to the 90s. I had some friends in what was called the Viper Militia in Phoenix. And I knew some of the people in the West Virginia militia, and both of them had informants get involved, then bring other people in, and the consequence was they got busted and ended up spending time in prison. So even 20 years ago, you had to be extremely careful. Okay. All right. So we are actually up to the end of the show here, and we might actually get done on time, which would be fantastic. We got to get better at that. So Gary, any closing thoughts that you'd like to leave listeners with regarding committees of safety or security teams? Well, only with Committee of Safety. I think we've discussed security teams sufficiently, but remember the United States of America, the country and the Constitution would not have existed if it wasn't for committees of safety. And we need to revisit our history and understand the significance of that. And it's explained in pretty extensive detail if you spend some time at committee.org. look at some of the historical documents, download the zip file, and look at the various documents that have been prepared over 20 years with regard to the subject. We are the United States. We are unique in the world in terms of the people actually forming the government, and that uniqueness includes committees of safety that brought us to where we are in that point in history.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you very much for coming on, Gary. And I will put the links to committee.org and also just the Harney County Committee of Safety as well, just for the benefit of the listeners. But Gary, thank you so much for coming on. It was very, very informative. And you have a great rest of your evening, sir.
Hey guys, so after I finished re-listening to this episode in its entirety, I figured I'd pop back in here for a couple of conclusionary notes. Now, obviously, committees of safety, security teams, and militias are mitigative strategies, meaning I see them as ways to organize people locally who wouldn't be receptive to other methods of direct action / Vonu lifestyle changes. And committees of safety are formed with the individual explicit consent of the members, so who are we to judge? If there's not a violation of consent, there's no coercion. And of course, these are time-tested and historically proven in their efficacy. Finally, in terms of invulnerability to coercion, there are both pros and cons. Due to the above-board, transparent nature of committees of safety, they might reduce one's privacy, and also, I suppose, since they are in some ways challenging the existing local governments, there could be some tension. I don't know, guys. Maybe local committees of safety are the answer to UN Agenda 2030. I don't know. Something to consider, at least. Thanks so much, guys. Stay safe and stay with me. Vonu means relative physical invulnerability to coercion. Vonu is a contraction of voluntary and not vulnerable. Vonu is somewhat like freedom or security, but those words mean many different things to different people. Rather than argue about what those words ought to mean, I speak of Vonu. Coercion includes murder, mayhem, slavery, robbery, rape, extortion, pollution, any physical interference with peaceful activities of another, whether by individuals or organizations. Coercion, especially institutionalized forms such as war, regimentations, and taxes, is one of the major problems of mankind. Practically all past attempts at solution have been top-down efforts to change society as a whole. Since the days of Babylon, there have been countless attempts to reform governments, take over governments, destroy governments, and manipulate public opinion. At most, such efforts bring temporary relief. Usually they have little effect. Often, they make matters worse. Vonu life represents a different approach to the problem. Vonu life does not waste space scolding government officials or proclaiming how society ought to be. Vonu life speaks to you as an individual or small group and suggests ways you can avoid exploiting and being exploited. As you reduce the vulnerability, not only do you help yourself, indirectly you also help others by decreasing support of criminal institutions. Vonu is not necessarily only a few. Vonu will expand as there are more people willing to do. A Vonuan is a person who has achieved relative invulnerability to coercion. There are many kinds. Some live in the wilderness, where outsiders rarely go. Others live under the earth. Others move from place to place, living in vans, campers, buses, boats, or tents. Some have been Vonu for ages, people such as gypsies, mountain men, hobos, Seminoles. Others are recent refugees from the dying cities. This issue describes some of the equipment and techniques used. In future issues, I hope you'll add your knowledge to what is in here. Vonu Life. How to live and let live, out of sight and minds of those unwilling to let live, by people who are doing it. To order your paperback copy today, just visit libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Again, libertyunderattack.com/Vonu Life. Or to download this publication for free, visit vonupodcast.com/VL. "2048", the second volume in the Brushfire thriller series, takes place in the not-so-distant future. In the second half of the 21st century, the War of Ideas took place. The creation of second realms and individualist decentralized freedom cells spread across geographical regions, and the practical ideas of liberty, voluntary interaction, and peace took hold. The Free Society in 2048 is loosely based on Samuel E. Konkin III's Phases of Agorism, in which the destruction of the state would be realistically accomplished through the establishment of pockets of free individuals, black and gray markets, and the spreading of the ideas of freedom and liberty, until the demand for an overarching state was no longer perceived as essential, and individualism and voluntary interaction prevailed. The original creators of the Freedom Cells who led the world to a better place are still scattered about, living their lives, including Maxine, the late Henry Tucker's love, and the now washed-up but stubborn punk rocker Warren, still reside in the Appalachian Mountains. Maxine's nephew, Vince, and his boy Tommy, who had been band nomads ever since Tommy's mom left to pursue a materialistic quest for fortune in the never-ending rat race, went to visit Auntie Max on her homestead on Jim Mountain Road. Although Max is very happy for the visit, she has an ulterior motive. Her close friend she met during her revolutionary days, Isaac Hopper, is trapped in a geographical area previously known as New York City, now known as the State Zone. The State Zone is one of only a handful of remnant states where an overarching power-hungry government rules over its citizens with aggressive force. Together, Warren, Vince, and Tommy team up and use their knowledge, including advanced hacking techniques, low-tech ciphers, IRC encrypted chat, and cryptocurrencies to infiltrate and evade the authorities in the State Zone and bring back Isaac to freedom. But their mission, the rescue of Isaac, Auntie Max's close friend and confidant, isn't going to be easy. They're up against a powerful authoritarian Hydra state, a massive surveillance apparatus, a relentless and murderous police state, and a propaganda arm that will not stop until extremist terrorists known as the Trio, Warren, Vince, and Tommy, are brought to justice. Will the trio pull off the rescue of Max's longtime friend, Isaac Hopper? Will the forces of good, free individuals, prevail against the sadist forces of evil? Find out in the second volume of the Brushfire thriller series, 2048, available exclusively via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/2048. Again, libertyunderattack.com/2048, or snag them both in the Brushfire bundle. libertyunderattack.com/2048 bundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story. Find your freedom.
LUA Pub Records presents the most inspirational alternative band in the world, Richard Greaser and the Bugle, featuring the first credentialed journalist, songwriter, and producer. Is he the next Leonardo da Vinci? No, he's just a man who smokes a lot of cigarettes and has a bachelor's in journalism. With great inspirational songs like The Princess and the Podcast Listener.
I need a Prince Charming to save me from my depression. A man whose full-time job is listening to Bitcoin podcasts.
The hit track, Non-Compliant 1776.
All across the country, the people are awakening. Politicians are quivering and shaking.
This one-of-a-kind album titled Now That's What I Call Defiance is filled with instant classics. This album is not available in stores, and limited digital quantities are available, so order now. Visit libertyunderattack.com/buglemusic to order today.
Liberty Under Attack Publications. Privacy-focused publishing. Are you an author looking to get your message out, but still desire to maintain your privacy from a servile society publisher, Amazon, etc.? In addition to normal publishing services, Liberty Under Attack Publications now offers privacy-focused publishing. We list the book on our Liberty Under Attack Publications account, and pay you Amazon commissions in Bitcoin or Monero. It's really that simple. Cost, $250 one-time proxy merchant fee. Note 1. When balance hits $50 US, commissions will be paid. Note 2. Fees may be waived or reduced if other publishing services are required. There's no projected end to this service, and we will always make sure to fulfill our obligations and to pay you what's rightfully yours. Though, if 10 years down the road, our publishing service shuts down like Loom Panics and Paladin Press before us, it is what it is.
The newest bundle via Liberty Under Attack Publications. Over the course of the past 7+ years, the LUA Publications catalogue has greatly expanded. 4 years ago, we put together our very first self-liberation bundle, a way to pick up all the books we publish in one bundle at a heavily discounted price. Back then, there were 17 books. Well, we finally got around to an update, and the total number of books is up to a staggering 27. The Self-Liberation Bundle is now essentially a small library of the highest quality, rarest self-liberational media, not available via anyone else. We know, as we struggled to locate much of it for our own delectation over the past decade or so. Truly some pieces of valuable libertarian history, priceless strategy guides, liberty agorist fiction, and much more. Purchasing these books individually, you'd pay well over $400. Save big, and order your Self-Liberation Bundle today. Bitcoin and Monero preferred. Just visit libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Again, libertyunderattack.com/slbundle. Liberty Under Attack Publications. Share your story, find your freedom. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
You can't run and hide forever. The state is a reckless, unhinged firestorm of death and bondage that can only run amok, killing and eating everything it can without care for the well-being of anything, not even itself. And even when it kills itself, you still won't catch a break, because it will come back. That's because the state is not any one government. It isn't even all of them. It's something else. It's a zombie mind virus. And it has been virulent enough to go on for 10,000 years. You know that the state cannot be talked down. You know that there is nothing you can offer it to get it to leave you alone. Because it wants everything. It won't stop until you're dead and then some. So you run. And you hide. And you quietly eke out your little bit of the agora somewhere in the darkness. But are you truly happy to live like a rat, scurrying around, scrounging for scraps and hiding in holes, while your loved ones die without good health care, countless children die of hunger, the world hurtles toward nuclear war, and science and technology are held back by 100 years? You can't run and hide forever. You cannot easily hide or shuffle around something like a hospital, a car factory, or even a small farm. The agora will never wholly overtake the state. You and your offspring will never taste the greatness that is mankind's birthright through running and hiding alone. You must fight. But if you don't want to fight, I bet you'd shell out some good bread to have somebody else fight for you, boss. That's where insurrectionary agorism comes in. It's the same agorism you know and love, but tweaked a little bit to make it better, faster, sleeker, and sexier. And, you know, more likely to end the state sometime this century. Read on to get the lowdown on this sexy new craze sweeping the star system. That was a sneak peek of Insurrectionary Agorism, a newer manifesto. You can read the whole thing, and a whole lot of other cool shit too, in Vonu Life 2025, which should hopefully be out later this year, maybe around fall. My name is Thane Gabriel. I'm the one who wrote Insurrectionary Agorism, or rather I'm the one who is scrambling to write it before the deadline, which is July 1st, by the way, for those of you who've forgotten to start writing their Vonu Life submissions. However, while it's true I'm writing a manifesto, I am no mere philosopher. Much like the Unabomber, I'm the kind of nigga that likes to get shit done alongside his manifesto. Most folks who know me think of me as a privacy consultant, or even an all-around security expert, and that's true. I've been an operational security consultant for many years, and I'm also writing something about that for Vonu Life, which will be called Hiding Stuff. However, what I mostly want to tell you about today is the new weekly live show I'm going to have on the PAZNIA Radio Network. It's going to be called Cloak Dagger, and it'll be all about giving you grounded tips for privacy and security that will help you in your everyday life. And much like insurrectionary agorism, we'll also talk about what can be done today to build up the so-called second realm, and yes, maybe even take down the state once and for all. Lord knows I could autistically talk your ear off for 2 hours or more, like the great Kyle Reardon. But that's not what this show's gonna be like. It will be fast, sleek, and sexy. It'll be broken up into sundry bits. We're gonna have a short news bit, but we won't talk about all that gay shit other folks do, only quickly touch on things that could hit your privacy or security in some way. You know, something you might wanna do something about. We're also gonna have interviews, super chats, and even live call-ins. I'll also fuck around as much as I can get away with, maybe throw in a few skits, prank calls, and I might even troll somebody. Maybe even you, dear listener. Come along with us as we fumble around and fuck everything up trying to work out how to run our new live show. Tune in to the PAZNIA Radio Network on Saturdays starting May 31st at 4 p.m. Eastern, 1 p.m. Pacific. You can find the PAZNIA Radio Network on Library and elsewhere. Check the show notes for links.
So our first speaker of the day is Chris Rock. So Chris spoke last year in my speaking track, gave an excellent talk, and it was only 20 minutes long, but it was phenomenal. You guys are in for a real treat. Let's give Chris Rock a big hand.
Thanks, guys. Thanks for coming to the talk today, guys. I know there's a lot of great talks at the moment. There's a lot of Internet of Things that you can go and see, but I think you'll enjoy this talk. This is a talk that I thought I would never talk about. I was never going to talk about this because it was a little bit risky, but I think now that this is the best time to do this talk, not because of all the elections and all that sort of stuff that's been happening now with the Clinton emails, for example, but there was an article that was released. I'll show you the slide. The US National Intelligence Director, James Clapper, said that cyber espionage came second. We came second to ISIS. Now, I don't want to live in a world where ISIS is scarier than hackers, especially in 2016. We previously held the title in 2013, 14 and 15, and to be honest, I was a little bit disappointed when I saw this result. So I thought, I'm in my 40s now, there's a lot of young hackers in the audience, and I'm not going to pass the baton to you guys unless we have that number one spot back in our path. So let's have a quick look at ISIS. A bit of a no-brainer here. When you have an occupier of an occupied country, you have a terrorist organisation. Nothing has changed throughout history. I know it's a simplistic view, but it is an accurate view. So the first thing we need to do is when we lose, and we did lose, we came second. We beat North Korea, that's really good. They got nukes, they're pretty scary. But we can hack anything we want. I know there's a lot of people in this audience could hack anything I ask them to hack. Banks, government, whatever. We just need to put it all together. So the first thing that we need to do is work out why we came second. So let's have a look at ISIS. Let's see how they fight. I just need some audio. That jack. No. Now, this video is a little bit violent, so if there's any kids in the audience that have come by Roots, I apologise. But I showed it to my 8-year-old son and he was cool with it. If he's cool with it, you guys will be cool with it. So let's have a look at our competition. Now, I don't know about you guys, but I think that was pretty embarrassing that we came second to that. So now that we've analysed our enemy, let's have a look at ourselves. So the Sony hack, that was a great hack. I love watching those movies every week. The Ashley Madison hack, my wife and her lawyer really loved that hack, seeing my name up on that list. Now the Pokemon Go hack. Now I know why we came second with that shit, with that denial of service on Pokemon Go. Thank you, Poodle Corp. And even my talk about death did not impress James Clapper enough to give us position number 1. So the reason I'm giving this talk is to rectify that. And to do that, I need to escape away from our normal hacking environment, and we need to skill up a little bit. The reason we did come second is we were too tunnel focused. We had tunnel vision. We didn't look outside. So I thought what I'll need to do is I contacted a mercenary. He'll be able to teach me some tactics in coups, revolutions, and then I'll see if I can apply that and see if I can do a coup or revolution myself. So I contacted this guy. His name's Simon Mann, and I'll let him tell you about himself.
My name is Simon Mann, and I'm helping Chris Rock with his work to see if a coup d'etat, a putsch, the overthrow of a regime, could be achieved by computer hacking and by cyber warfare methods. My background to that is that I led the 2004 attempted coup against the regime of Equatorial Guinea. That attempt failed. I was arrested. I spent 5.5 years in prison for that. Prior to that, in 1993, I was one of the founding people of Executive Outcomes, a South African private military contractor, which is credited with winning the ghastly civil wars, first in Angola against the rebels, UNITA, and then in Sierra Leone against the rebels there. I served in the first Gulf War on the staff of Sir Peter de la Billière. My 10 years prior to all of that was as a British Army officer. I served in the Special Air Service as a troop commander and an anti-terrorist team commander, as well as in the Scots Guards as a platoon commander, and did tours in Northern Ireland with both of those units.
So he's a master of his field and I'm a master of mine, so I thought it'd be good if we could combine the two together. So why would we use mercenaries? Obviously, the clandestine, there's no governments that are linked to the mercenaries. They're loyal, so as long as you pay them, they're yours. And it's not a war if you use mercenaries. So this is a traditional mercenary coup structure. So the important position there is the architect, and you can see a picture of Simon Mann there with the gun. Now he's the man that pulls the levers. So above him, for example, we have special interest groups. So this is traditional organisations such as the CIA or private companies who've got oil interests and things like financiers. Now under his direct personnel, he has obviously advisors, and that's an important role too. So when you guys are looking at doing this sort of stuff for real, you might decide that you're an architect or an advisor. It really depends on how you think. And you can see Simon would have ground, air, and he would also have sea. but now he's developed the digital domain as well, which you'll see in the future. Because let's face it, the digital domain, in terms of intelligence about what we can pull, is very important. And again, there's the ground people as well. So we've got Rambo down there and Tom Cruise. But these are the ground. So in terms of a cyber perspective, we're talking about hackers. So for example, in Simon Mann's failed coup in 2004, his special interest groups were people like who provided finance were the Spanish government. There was also Sir Mark Thatcher, which was Margaret Thatcher's son, who provided finance and an airplane to move the mercenaries around. So here's some traditional mercenary companies. So you can see the CIA down the bottom in the left-hand corner. And you'll see, obviously, Blackwater. You guys know Blackwater quite well. But you'll see also in the middle with the buffalo sign in the middle, that's... there was a 32 battalion in the South African Defence Force. They were guerrilla fighters. They fought in Angola and modern-day Namibia. And that was part of the South African Defence Force. After apartheid was abolished in '93, these guys were out of a job. So they became mercenaries. So the companies to the right of the buffaloes, such as Executive Outcome, Aegis and Sandline, for example, are companies that were set up by mercenaries who came out of that battalion. So when you guys are looking at overthrowing a government, you really have three options. We have the election, so rigging an election. Now, election is a legitimate way of changing government every 3 or 4 years, not in every country, but most countries. We can incite a revolution or a coup. So you guys are experiencing this at the moment. So the election, you're already seeing some email leaks with Trump and Hillary Clinton. I was watching this morning about someone was talking about the size of Trump's hand, which I thought was fucking ridiculous. But I think what they're doing, what WikiLeaks doing is releasing this information is great, but it's just not really what I'd be looking for in terms of using an election to overthrow a government. So I'd be looking at like a 12 days before Christmas or 12 days before an election tack. It doesn't have to be real. We already own everything. We already own banks, investment companies, so we can use the items on the right-hand side just to fake whatever we want. So when someone goes towards an election, they can just use those things there on the right-hand side. So you can actually move money between the parties, and we'll have a look at that in depth a bit later on. In my country, Australia, we got an SMS just before we went to the polls. Medicare is a bit like your Obamacare, and it looked like the SMS was from Medicare, and it was pretty much to scare people into voting for the other party. So a technique that you can use to throw an election. And again, the WikiLeaks for email leaks. As I said, this one's been going for too long. These things should be done in rapid succession to get into the voter's mind just before they go to vote. Okay, the second method we have is a revolution. So here's a couple of revolutions in history. You guys have had one. We had Egypt in 2011 and Ukraine in 2014. So for those who don't know, Ukraine 2014, the president of Ukraine was about to sign a deal with the EU, get $700 million in loans, and then Putin stepped in and offered them $2 to $3 billion to get rid of that. So the people revolted against that, and we'll have a look at that a little bit later on. The other option is the coup d'etat. So you saw that recently in Turkey, where a small portion of the army, or in our case mercenaries, tried to overthrow the government by force. And you'll see there just some examples of coups, and the American government was involved in the first two of those. So in terms of where we'd want to start in overthrowing a government, we start down the bottom. So we have what's called tactical operations or low-intensity operations. So this is where you want to weaken the government with insurgency, sanctions, or really just telling them they're doing a bad job. Example I put up there for the revolution. So if those fail, we have the revolution, which we saw in Ukraine. And the picture there is the deputy PM in 2013, before the revolution, was complaining that the American government were doing exercises called Tech Camp, and they're actually teaching the people of Ukraine on how to organise protests via Twitter and Facebook. And he's complaining the American government are causing the revolution before it happened. If a revolution is not going to work, then we look at the coup. So the Iran coup over 51 to 53 was done by the British government and the US government. And if that fails, we look at an invasion. So before Panama was invaded, there were 5 failed coups before Manuel Noriega was replaced in 1989. Things you need to watch out for when you're doing a revolution. These are the 5 things that will try to stop your revolution. So the government in power, for example, saying that they're going to have new or fresh elections. Something called strategic hamletting, which is separating the insurgents from the population used in the Vietnam War. The third one, which we'll talk about a bit later, called cash grants. So you're pretty much bribing the people to shut them up. The third one is a middle alternative. So we have a left party, a right party, and you offer a middle party. These are all techniques just to quiet the population down. You just have to be aware of these because they may happen if you're going to try to set up a revolution. And the last one is economic development organisations and hospital school building. So when you see the military invade a country, for example, like Iraq, and they're building schools and all that sort of crap, it's all just bullshit. They're just keeping an eye on the population to stop a revolution happening post that event. That's good publicity as well. Some techniques for preventing coups. So the private army or the mercenary, private military contractor. So Colonel Gaddafi with his 3,000 Revolutionary Guards. The Saudi royal family with its 25,000 white army. And you guys have your own National Guard. Your private military force protecting each state. I mean, it's a great anti-coup measure, so you really don't have any central point to overthrow the government of the US. There's also spies. So Assad for Syria, for example, has these spy agencies that spy on the military and spy on each other to make sure that no overthrow takes place, there's no coup. And that works quite well. They work so well that a civil war is now in place in Syria, as you guys know. And obviously, you guys have a lot of intelligence organisations for this as well. One thing I want to bring up is the fake coup. You've got to be aware of the fake coup. So on the screen, you'll see some different coup types, and you're welcome to study those. And there's some material on your CDs which talk about different types of coups. But when your opposition is getting close, you want to arrest them and just say that they're causing a coup. This worked well in Turkey in early 2000, where the AKP party arrested generals and journalists to say that they were creating a coup. Now, this actually didn't really happen. There was digital evidence that had been modified, and these guys were cleared. And then, obviously, there was another coup just recently. We don't know whether it was fake or not yet. There's a little bit of theory, guys, to get you started. And I wanted to talk to you. I'm not really much of a theory guy. I need to know how to create a coup or a revolution, but now I want to apply it to a real country. Operation Nanny Goat, 2011. So you guys would have heard of Kuwait, a small oil-producing country, nestled between Iraq and Saudi Arabia, about 3 or 4 million people. That's a picture of Kuwait. Actually, it looks like this, so it's pretty close. No, seriously, this is what Kuwait. It's a beautiful city. So what we'll do is let's have a look at Kuwait City. This is the government and also family tree. They're pretty much exactly the same thing. We have the Emir up the top. You might see a common link in the last names. Al-Sabah. All the way through. So we have the Emir, Crown Prince, the Prime Minister. His name is Nasser Al-Sabah, and then you can see the Foreign Affairs and Defence Ministries. Now, what we want to do here is we want to overthrow Prime Minister Nasser. And for those who know the Una Oil scandal, the bribery scandal, they referred to him as the Big Cheese. So this is the standard intelligence that mercenaries or militaries will use. You guys probably will know this sort of stuff, like the NSA and also embassies, spies, and Five Eyes. What can we use? So we can use private intelligence agencies, WikiLeaks, for example, and I don't know if you guys can read that, but what they referred to Sheikh Nasser al-Sabah is perceived as politically incompetent protocol wonk whose record is tarnished by his failure to construct and effectively manage his cabinet. But I believe the best intelligence is the one you hack yourself, and I want to hack all the government to find out what he's up to. Okay, so looking at the intelligence, we think corruption is going to be the big point in this one. Here's a map of Kuwait, and you can see the green, which is the oil fields of Kuwait. And the people are not happy that the government are rich, and the people feel really poor. Now, corruption is not going to work in every country. You're going to have to find the weakness in each country. For example, Anonymous thought they would attack Nigeria on their corruption, which is pretty fucking pointless, because that is Nigeria's biggest export. It won't work there. So what are our options for overthrow? Elections? No. There's no real elections. Those three top parties there, the Emir, Crown Prince and the Prime Minister, there's no elections for those guys. The elections are for the guys below that. So we're not going to look at the election. Coup d'etat? No, it's too hot. So here's a map of Kuwait. The white dots is the US military bases. The green is the Kuwait army, and the purple is the Air Force. They also have 7,000 soldiers protecting the royal family. So coup, I'm not a big fan of racing against those forces. So it looks like revolution is our only option. So in 2011, you guys will probably remember this was the Arab Spring. So on the left-hand side, you'll see the countries that recently fell. And on the right-hand side, you'll see a timeline of the countries in that region that either fell by revolution, coup, assassination, or just protest. And you can see Kuwait down the bottom in light blue, cabinet resigns. So here's an extract from Edward Luttwak. If you guys want to do these sort of coups or revolutions, you're going to have to study up on this guy. He's pretty much a master for strategy. And this illustration shows what the intelligence agencies need to go through to find out whether there's a coup taking place. So on the y-axis, we have all the data the intelligence agencies are going to go through. On the A in coup planning leakage, that is when I'm planning a coup operation of what's going to leak out when I talk to my advisors and the hackers. The blue line above is noise or levels, and the green line here, coup plus noise data, is all the intelligence that come through, and the little X point is when the coup is uncovered. Obviously, you want to keep your OPSEC quite low so you don't get detected. So with our cyber mercenary structure, same as the traditional mercenary, we're going to use things such as denial of service attacks, social engineering, and all our normal hacking stuff. And it's your job as the architect to employ the advisors to get the people on the ground, such as hackers from your country or overseas countries. You'll need to map out all the targets of the country that you want to hack. So we're talking about government, media, electricity, oil, gas, all those sort of agencies. And you want to map out what you want to hack. Now, I'm not really much of a strategic in terms of what items I want to hack, so I just hacked them all. At least then I had the options of what lever I wanted to pull. So as a hacker, we know what sort of tools we use on a normal day-to-day basis. You're going to have to learn some new techniques and tools. Not hard. You just need to do a bit of research. I've just got a couple of them up there. A lot of them have to do with misinformation. So when we're hacking into banks, we want to move money around to make it look really dodgy. And also things like professional agitation. So we want to employ people to do protests like union members and also university students. Now, you're going to have to finance this operation. I probably wouldn't recommend this method. We nearly got our goal, but by using the chart below, you say that we got... It didn't take long before we got uncovered. So I'm a big fan in robbing banks. They've got lots of money, so we'll use the bank's money. You can also use the banks for depositing fake corruption payments, and I'll show you that in a second, terrorism payments, or breaking the bank, such as removing all the money from the banks. And then Hillary Clinton pretty much said here that we've got the green light to attack these countries here. Saudis, Qataris and Kuwaitis need to stop their citizens from funding extremist organisations. Another tactic you can use is move money between private accounts from these terrorists into private accounts such as Hillary Clinton, and use that evidence to paint a bad picture of her. Or Trump, I don't care who wins. They're both lunatics. So let's get into the real world. Here's the Central Bank of Kuwait. That's what it looks like in 2011 on the left-hand side, and that's what it looks like now in 2016. Obviously, if you can't hack in through the front door, use the stuff that you've got around. We don't have to use a 0 day. We've got 1,000 targets to hack. Don't get all fancy pants on me and use 0 days. Just use whatever you can. So whether it be a LAN turtle or a Raspberry Pi, or you can see the little box there. I don't know if you guys know what that is. The fourth picture along, that's an NSTLU slug. It's a NAS box, which you use as a PC or a rat, so a physical rat within an organisation. Or what we did is we just hacked in the front door. If you can't hack in through the front door, just pay a cleaner and they will put one of these implants in for you. Average cleaning salary in Kuwait is about $150 a week, so you give them $2,000, which you'll use from robbing the banks. They'll plant them in there for you. So what we want to do for corruption is we want to steal money from the government and put it in private banks accounts of the government. So there's a picture of Nasser, and there's a couple of banks in Kuwait and an offshore bank. So now that we own the central bank, we need to hack private banks. Now, we didn't know from our intelligence which banks he had bank accounts with, so we just hacked them all. By hacking them all, we can then move money between those bank accounts. So we used government money and funded the private bank accounts. By doing this too, we could also create bribe payments as well. Also, there's a lot of money in stocks and finance too, so you want to hack those as well, even to crash the stock market. And again, we went through the front door. So you want to know what your government's up to, whether they're onto you, or you just want to see what weaknesses there are in the government. So you'll need to hack into the government too, listen to their emails, their phone calls, the Interior Ministry, their judges, everything. These are live shots of hacked government departments. One thing you want to hack too is the telco. So telcos are not just phone calls these days. Telcos are media, telcos are internet. You want to siphon the internet, or you want to squish the internet, for example. This is a prime case where you want to kill the internet at the right time, or keep it open if they try and close it. So obviously MPLS, point of presence POPs, you want to hack into those. You want to be able to stream your own media to get the people angry. Obviously companies now using telcos for cloud services and security services. So Zagil is the biggest company in Kuwait, who also provide security services for these companies. So you want to hack in, just like what we did. That way you can control the flow of information. You own the ISP, you own the country. Which brings us to global warming. You might think, why are we talking about global warming? So obviously they wanted to make sure they reduce emissions by 2050, and the G8 and the EU came together and said what we need to do is map out current infrastructure such as oil, gas, and find out what's going on with global warming. So we can use websites like Anypedia to find out where things are, such as power, oil, and nuclear plants. So you just plug in your country and it'll show you all the maps. Now, why would you want to cut these services? It's a no-brainer. When you want to do a revolution or coup, you want to cut the power at specific times, or cut the water to piss people off, and that does piss people off when they live in the desert. And also your energy sector as well, for example. There's studies online if you want to have a look at that. High voltage transformer units make up less than 3% of transformers in the US, but carry 60% of the power. So how do you map those out? You guys have websites that do that for you. So all you do is just tick high voltage transformer lines, and it'll just tell where all the power comes from if you want to disrupt power. So you're going to need to study what a power station looks like to disrupt it. So when I was talking to Simon Mann, he said to me, just blow it up. Okay. I said, I'm not Zols, I don't have C4, I'm just going to chuck on the bloody thing. So he said, what you need to do is disrupt power. Okay, no worries. So I thought, well, I can hack into power, so why don't I just shut it off that way? So here we have a transformer. This is not a picture, this is not an American picture, so this is not your critical infrastructure, Your Honour. This is a picture, this is an Australian transformer. So the transformers down below and up the top, we have what we call mineral oil that keeps it cool. And when a transformer doesn't have oil, it doesn't work. So there's no power. In 2014 in California, someone was shooting at these things, drained the oil, and then you guys were out of power for 27 days, and they just had to reroute power from another substation. So Simon suggested if you want to get hands-on, you can shoot them, drill them, or angle grind them to drain that oil. And I thought, well, I'm not going to do that, and I failed to hack in. I fucked up, I couldn't do it. So, you guys have probably seen these before. They're these spinning blades that they put on a helicopter that chop trees away from power lines. For those who haven't seen it, I'll just a quick look. Pretty cool. And it chops trees from power lines. Now I thought, well, that's pretty cool, but I actually want to chop power lines myself. Well, I don't have a helicopter, but why don't I use a drone? So I thought, I'll make my own. So what we have here is two 8-inch circular blades attached to part of a bike frame, and those discs spin really fast, attached to a cordless drill. And you'll see that on the second picture I've actually removed the battery, and I've actually removed the battery from the pack, only because the battery kept getting caught on the power line, so I removed it. So how does it work? I'll show you. So that's a great device for cutting power lines. So that's the 5-pound model, and you can actually reduce it, and you can make it, we can get it under 3 pounds, so you can do it to the weaker drones. So you just use a series of drones, put the coordinates in, and it'll just run straight through the power lines. The cables I used there were copper. The ones that are on power lines are aluminium, so it'll go straight through those. If you're going to make one of these, be really fucking careful. So there is no safety shit involved. Now, if you're a bit of a tight ass, and you've got a small drone, just hook a 10-metre hose to your drone with a piece of wire and run it over the power line. And once it hooks onto the power line, it will drag it across and drop it over the power lines and just arc them. So that's the cheap version. So now that we own everything and we can hack everything, including the banks, we need to understand how the media works. So we need to reverse engineer them. And that's what we do for a living. So why don't we do it with the media? So what we do is we apply what's called the two-source rule. So the media need two sources to use it as a story. And I've got the sources on the right-hand side and types of sources. So you want to need at least two sources to fool the media. Or you can actually pawn a few media outlets that we did from the telco, publish information, and then just release it. you want to release the information to the news agency that will release that information when they've been questioning it. So, for example, Fox News, you want to use the Hillary Clinton information. They'll publish it and they won't even give a shit. You don't want to do it in reverse because they're not going to publish it. They've got no interest in doing that. So what we did is, in 2011, we used Kuwait Central Bank. We already own them. So we use unnamed government officials to transfer millions of dollars outside the accounts into their private bank accounts. And we use the New York Times to do the same thing, using that two-source rule. Now, one of my idiot advisors thought this would be a great idea. He thought using a Kuwaiti prince convert to Christianity would be a good idea, and went with it. He did get the publicity he was after. We got 100 media outlets that went with that, but it was just a stupid idea. You need to use the people in this. When the CIA are planning a coup or revolution, you need to get the people on side. You've got money in your hands. You need to use bribes. So use this sort of money to pay people to put implants within companies, professional agitation, misinformation, or get corporate people to do stuff for you. You've got to heat the population up enough to give a shit to overthrow the government. So, for example, the professional agitators, you would have a group of people that you would pay to cause a protest, and then you would get another group of protesters dressed in police uniforms to bash them up, and then you get that on the news. And if they won't publish it on the news, you publish your own news. You own the telco. When you're planning the operation, you need to plan it down to the absolute detail, and you need to be flexible because shit just won't go right. You might lose a rat. You just need to have the plan for changes in your operation. So I've talked a lot, and I want to show you how it works in the real world. So I put a video together just to show how it works.
Hundreds of protesters outside Kuwait's parliament chant, "The people want to bring down the Prime Minister." They are demanding the removal of Prime Minister Sheikh Nasser al-Mohammed al-Sabah, whom they accuse of corruption.
As demonstrators break through gates and enter the main chamber, police reportedly beat up protesters who were marching towards the Prime Minister's residence demanding he resign. A member of the ruling family, Sheikh Nasser Mohammed al-Ahmad al-Sabah, is accused of failing to stem endemic corruption in Kuwait.
Okay, guys, what I want to leave you with now is, for the new hackers in the new generation, is just think bigger. So don't try and hack bigger targets, but combine multiple targets and look outside of your industry to combine multiple things together. That's it, guys, and then we'll be number one again.
While infrastructure costs for the PAZNIA Radio Network aren't exorbitant now, there are some costs. It will also increasingly demand more time as we move towards longer transmissions and more transmissions. If you'd like to help cover current costs and even the expansion of our efforts, please visit PAZNIA.com/shop. There, you can make a one-time fiat, Bitcoin, or Monero donation. You can become a stakeholder, and you can even order some one-of-a-kind PAZNIA merch, ranging from shirts to hats to flags, all the way to beach towels. Again, that link at PAZNIA.com/shop. Cheers from the Free Republic.
Now that the technological foundation is laid for the PAZNIA Radio Network, we are now ready to start building out a regular and more frequent transmission schedule of self-liberational media. Do you want to host your own show on the PAZNIA Radio Network? Do you already have a show or podcast that you would like premiered or replayed during our transmissions? Something else? Reach out to Coordinator Rayo to discuss details. Email coordinator@paznia.com. Again, coordinator@paznia.com. See you in the second realm. Up next, the final installment of this transmission, a tribute to Kevin Casey Massey. May he rest in peace. We'll see you next time here on the PAZNIA Radio Network. PAZNIA.com/radio
So I'm going to take just 1 minute here, and I mentioned I was going to jump in and highlight a political prisoner, and I want to talk very briefly about Kevin Casey Massey, which is probably the most depressing one we're going to cover. So we'll start with the most depressing first, and then end on like the one that gives me hope for Samurai and T-Dev. But yeah, a lot of these folks back early on in my days, I was more on the kind of the constitutionalist patriots kind of folks. Like, you remember the Bundy Ranch standoff back in like 2014? These were kind of those people. But yeah, Kevin Massey was he had a breaking and entering charge when he was like 18 or 19, became a felon very early on. So according to federal law, he was always a felon in possession of a firearm, but he lived in Texas for 16 years. He'd been 16 years since he was released. And by that point he was legal under Texas law. But what Kevin Casey Massey did, he was a private border patrol. He would defend ranchers there on the border, and would occasionally come in contact with border patrol, and sometimes good interactions. But obviously the border patrol agents and the feds don't like private citizens doing that sort of job. And there was some sort of a scenario. Long story short, there was a scenario at the border. Shots were fired. No one was hurt, but long story short, the feds arrested him, and basically for the next 5 years made his life a living hell. I kind of for a year things got kind of hectic for me, and I kind of stopped paying attention to it. And I noticed I hit back on the website, a link back to the website, and apparently he killed himself in prison, or I guess he killed himself. He killed himself afterwards. Which is quite depressing. I'll post a just for anyone who wants to hear the story, hear him explain it himself. He has a video on YouTube about 10 years ago.
Casey Massey is charged with having a firearm down at the border. You are a convicted felon, but it's been 16 years since that happened. Under Texas law, you're in the clear.
Well, it's been 27 years since the conviction, 16 years since I've been legal by state law to own and possess a firearm.
And so the federal government doesn't have any such provision, and they've decided to charge you under a certain statute, which provides what?
Well, the federal government, by the Constitution, does not have any right to regulate firearms, period. The federal government only has the authority to regulate commerce. Their authority is delegated and enumerated in the Constitution, and it says very clearly that they have the power to regulate commerce. Commerce is the moving of goods or services between states. They've charged me under the commerce provision with having a firearm while engaged in commerce. I was never engaged in commerce. I have been a private Texas citizen living on private Texas land. I was on private land that I had care, custody, and control of, and permission to be on, and it was land that I lived on. The federal government has no jurisdiction or authority. The laws that are regarding the commerce that they're charging me with were gangster era laws that were created in the 30s that had to do with the gangsters and the mobsters going across state lines, trafficking in illegal goods and carrying firearms. And then also because of the fact back then you could mail order a firearm and have it sent directly to your home. That was another thing that the law addressed, because they made it illegal for you to have a firearm shipped directly to you. They have to all go through an FFL, Federal Firearms Dealer.
All right then, now we're talking about an incident that took place at a bird sanctuary, which is near Southmost in Brownsville, and it is on the other side of the border fence, the security fence that the United States built. This is a private game preserve, which is under control of a conservationist group, or
it's a preserve. It's also a Texas historic landmark. It is one of the oldest slave plantations in the state of Texas. It is a historical landmark. They have a lot of diverse animals, birds. It's a nature sanctuary. It's where people go to enjoy nature and to look at the indigenous animals of the area. They were having problems with the illegals crossing through their property, and with the illegal traffic came a lot of trash and a lot of damage to the plant life, and took away the security for their customers that would come there, the people that came to birdwatch.
And do you suspect that while that was going on, that you may have been interfering with some trafficking in contraband, or that is illegal drugs, that were very lucrative for someone, and it was making waves for, let's say, the drug cartel?
Absolutely. At the time when we first started patrolling the property, we assumed, because we had already been patrolling several miles of the border right close to where this property was, and it was a human smuggling area. We hadn't dealt with any narco trafficking. And when I originally went and talked to Mr. Aguilar, he never mentioned that it was narco trafficking. He just said illegal traffic. So we assumed that it was people traffic. Well, after the shooting, we found out that that was a narco trafficking area.
And the shooting took place when an individual named Mr. Forster, one of your men, he had a weapon that you had loaned him.
The statement that Mr. Forster had a pistol that I gave him is accurate in the fact that I was the camp commander. He did not have a personal weapon. I checked. Second part of that is what had happened that day is we had met Mr. Aguilar. He gave us permission. We were out doing our normal procedure of finding, identifying, cleaning, and clearing and marking these crossings. In the process of this, the third spot that we had cleared and cleaned up and marked, when we came back to the top of the road, ridge, we met a Border Patrol agent on foot. That alarmed us, because normally you never see a Border Patrol agent on foot. So I approached him and I said, hey, what's going on? And he said that they were actively pursuing illegal immigrants that were being pushed towards us, which would be in the direction coming from west to east. And so the river was immediately to our east. So I asked the agent if he needed our backup, because we heard voices in the river behind us, and my concern was that the agent, somebody would sneak up behind him while he was standing on the road. So the agent said yes, that he wanted our backup. So I deployed my men, John to the south, myself to the middle, and Wolf to the northern position, to watch the river to make sure that nobody came up behind the Border Patrol agent. While I was in my position, like I said, I just dispatched my men. John went, he followed the agent that we had met on the road. They went south. I went down into the brush in the middle, and Wolf went north. While I was in my covered position, I was observing heavily tattooed, I believe to be Mexican, that was waist deep in the river, walking back and forth, yelling commands up and down the river. While I was watching him, I heard gunshots. It was boom, 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 boom. And at first, my immediate thought was that it was the cartel across the river shooting, because they knew that we were in the brush. I thought they were just trying to scare us. So I stayed in my position. A few minutes later, the guy that I'm watching got out of my peripheral view because I was looking through heavy brush. When he got where I couldn't see him anymore, I went to reposition myself to come up to the top, move down, and then drop back down again. Well, when I got to the top of the road, Wolf was there, and he met me. And he said the Border Patrol was looking for me. And I asked him what for. He said he didn't know, but that they had headed south on the road. So I took off walking south, and I met BP Agent Cantu, who was walking north, and he was holding the firearm that John had that day. And John was approximately 20 feet behind him, and then there was another Border Patrol agent that was another 30 feet behind him. No weapons were drawn. John was not in handcuffs. There was no tenseness to the situation. And so when the Cantu approached me, I asked him, I said, what's going on? and he said that one of his agents had just discharged a firearm toward one of my teammates, and it was John. And so I asked John, "Are you okay? Did you get hit? You know, I don't see any blood. Everything's fine." He said, "Yeah, I'm fine." And he was agitated. He was somewhat. Cantu, look, nobody got hurt, nobody got shot, so we can just drop this thing. It's no big deal. Cantu informed me that because it was a federal agent and he had discharged his firearm, that there had to be an investigation. And that's when he asked me to relocate, and we moved out of that area.
Especially for a lot of these bigger things, I think the only chance you really have is to fight. And I'll jump to just real quick to cover it, the Citizens for Constitutional Freedom, because this is the exact case, and it was a huge surprise looking back on it checking back into it a year later. But anyway, for anyone who doesn't know, the Bundy Ranch standoff happened in 2014. And I guess the next stage of that was 2016, the Malheur Wildlife Refuge standoff in Malheur, or I guess where was it? Harney County, Oregon. And basically, it was obviously I was an anarchist at the time, so me and Kyle on this podcast and on LUA Radio, we kind of we weren't really we didn't necessarily agree with what they were arguing and all of that. Like, we don't really care too much about like some of the constitutional arguments they were making and going for. But regardless, there was the occupation app. I guess a bunch of patriots went and took over a federal land with guns. They took over a federal Malheur Wildlife Refuge refuge. It's basically a bird cage, is what Kyle and I called it. It was a bird refuge sanctuary, and they took it over. And there was they had it put in possession for I think it was a month, quite a long time, and eventually it led to an armed standoff between the feds and was it a handful or a half dozen. It's been a long time on the details, but this isn't the important part. But anyway, a bunch of people got arrested. Half of the people there were literally government informants or they were actual, Fed infiltrators, like half of the people on the property. So that was instrumental. That was kind of, I guess, educational by itself. But the other educational part of it was that, obviously a lot of arrests. That political prisoners archive was like 20 plus people. I wasn't able to follow up on all of them, but for like 16 or 17 of them, the only like 4 or 5 that were charged or that that were found guilty, and that actually served any jail time or anything were the ones that took plea deals.
That has suffered at your hands. You'll never fucking bleed us.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network. You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
story of your death will forever be burned into the pages of history.
You're listening to the PAZNIA Radio Network.
This is the basic law of life. And dear listeners, it is spiritual in its nature. If man failed to do everything in his power to protect his life, as a result of such neglect lost his life, then the destiny for which the soul came to earth would end there. Without life, a body or medium to function through spiritual attainment would be impossible, ladies and gentlemen. Spirituality would then be forfeited. You see, if man's life was threatened without cause on his part, and he failed to do everything in his power to prevent death, he would then be guilty of three actual crimes. He would first of all permit the enemy to commit murder. Next, he would be committing suicide by failing to protect the most precious possession given to man by his Creator. And worst of all, he would end whatever his destiny might be, the purpose for which body, mind, and life had been given to him. And I believe it's to learn something. In one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. And I might inject here that the Ten Commandments does not say, in its original form, thou shalt not kill. It says, ladies and gentlemen, and you can check this, if you wish, go to the original Hebrew and Greek, it says, thou shalt not murder. So in one respect, man is forced to be a warring, not a murdering creature. From his birth, the law of self-preservation forces him to be on guard against every inimical force attempting to destroy him by one means or another. He must be on the alert to prevent man, natural forces, or his own carnal desires to betray him into acts of degradation. Man is a warring creature. But his war, I tell you, his war is an honorable one. It is one of protection. First himself, so that he may protect those he is responsible for, but in doing so must not take unfair advantage of others, nor be guilty of unrighteousness. The nature of this was and is actually spiritual. It is the battle of righteousness against evil. It is a war biblically spoken of as taking place in heaven because it is waged within man's spiritual nature. He fights to fulfill destiny and to finally create heaven on earth for himself and others who follow. By the war of righteousness, wherein there is no selfishness, he attains the consciousness which makes him a man, knowing both good and evil, having chosen good to attain the promised sonship. Notice, you must choose. You must choose. Each and every one of you listening to this broadcast tonight must choose, and you must choose very quickly. You might ask, is there actually a need for some form of evil in the life of man? Was this, together with some form of fear, ordained in the beginning? And I say nothing has been ordained, but if the divine law is to be fulfilled in the life of man, then it is certainly necessary that he, according to sacred concepts, become a crusader in God's cause and not exist as a negative, effortless, uncreative, unproductive creature, a leech-chased parasite upon the rest. The first command is that he must become a man in the true sense of the term, and this implies that he must prepare himself to meet the enemy that is ever alert to destroy the best that he has created. He must meet evil as the soldier meets the enemy. Doing this in the righteousness of his conscience neutralizes fear. Many of you call and ask me, Bill, aren't you afraid? My answer has always been and always will be no. No, no, and no. I know from where I have come, and I know where I am going. I know who I am, and I know that I possess a soul. I fear the actions of no man. I fear the judgment of no man. I fear only the judgment of my God. And I know that if I am doing what is right, I need not ever fear that judgment. And therefore, I am not afraid.
You've just heard a transmission of the PAZNIA Radio Network, the entertainment and propaganda arm of the Free Republic of PAZNIA, a public service of the PAZNIA Free Press. Long live the Second Realm.